Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Please stand for the pledge and remain standing. Thank you. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. A roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Dickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fidel. Present. Councilmember McMahon. Councilmember Charno.
Here.
Councilmember Magazine.
Here.
Councilmember Spalich.
Present.
Councilmember Grzybowski.
Present. Thank you. Welcome back after the summer. Good to see you. We, as always, start with our reports from Town Manager and Mayor. Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. So we do have an item on the agenda actually pertaining to small cell wireless and 5G. And our attorney, we had heard from residents, Lori Trawler, at a previous meeting back in both May and June. And our attorney, I asked him to look into this because there were concerns about if the town could, in fact, prohibit 5G and small cell wireless from coming into town. So I'm going to turn it over to our town attorney, who actually did the report that's actually in the staff, in the council packet. And he's going to give you a little bit of an update on this topic.
Sure, Mayor and Council. I'll keep this update rather brief. But we did evaluate some of the requests and concerns from these residents. And as we've discussed and provided, in fact, a copy of that memorandum to the residents, I mean, there is no ability for us to prohibit 5G and the deployment of 5G within town. Indeed, it's not just us that are preempted from doing that. It's all municipalities nationally that are prohibited from doing that. That said, the residents provided a few ideas that we may be able to work around the edges with providing some more limited regulation around aesthetics and safety. And so we actually do have a meeting scheduled, I believe, for a couple Tuesdays, September 6th, with Ms. Trawler and those residents to address some of those concerns and see if we can't clean up our ordinance a little bit to get there. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to do a little bit to be able to resolve those issues to the extent that we're able, and we just unfortunately are limited in what we can do. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions about that? No? Grady, do you have any other report?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Peggy.
Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody had a good summer. I did. I went to Tanzania on safari. It was awesome. But also, the last couple of weeks, I've been joining Amanda Jacobs, our finance director, and meeting with a couple of the business owners in town. And it's been very, very productive. It's nice for them to see that we're all alive here in town and we're available, and dispel some myths that the town is not business friendly. So it's good to get the message out that we are business friendly and that we're here for them. So that's been really good. We have also have dementia-friendly meetings going on that have been going on, and we're looking at becoming a certified dementia-friendly town, which will be really, really good for the town and for our citizens, as well as we're doing some work on the biophilic and moving forward with that. And then later on next week, a couple of us are going to be attending the Bowling League, no, the Arizona Cities and Towns League Conference. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Welcome back, everyone. I, too, attended the joint sessions with the Chamber of Commerce, and I have to tell you that we learned a lot from the 4 businesses that I did visit, and we actually contacted the town about ironing out some rough patches we had between the town and the sanitary district for a couple of our restaurants in town. So it's really a well worthwhile attempt by the town and Amanda and the economic development area of the town to get out, visit our businesses, find out what's going on, how we can help them. And as Councilwoman McMahon said, we are business friendly and we are open for business. So I think that will go a long way toward showing people that. I also had the privilege of attending the Purple Heart Memorial Day here in town and giving the opening remarks and welcoming everybody to that. And Mayor, I have to present to you a certificate from that day, a certificate of appreciation for all your work in helping the town become a Purple Heart community. So I'll pass this down to you.
Thank you.
And then one last item on my list. I'm wondering if anybody in this room has been flocked. Yes, okay, so somebody does know what that means. So we fully support our high school in town and the PTO. If you're interested in being part of that support, contact the PTO and they'll come out and flock you. What they'll do is they'll put a sign up saying that you support, and they do a little cannon that goes off. So we had our first football game last Friday night, and although we didn't win, we were close, but we have a good team this year, so get out there and support them on Friday nights now. They won't be here for the next couple weeks, but that next home game would be important to get a good crowd out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the only thing I wanted to add is with the Drug Prevention Coalition, we've been keeping active during the summer and gearing up for the new school year, which Jerry has mentioned did start. So we have several things lined up this coming semester, and those efforts will continue.
Cynthia and I had a wonderful vacation. We rented a house in Flagstaff to get out of the heat, and it was almost as hot up there as it is here, and we came back a week and a half early. Wow. It's only money.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I tried to avoid politics at all costs, so I didn't do many political things. I did attend the Purple Heart ceremony. I was really surprised and in awe of, there was 2 full rows of Purple Heart recipients that were all Fountain Hills residents, and many of them also have silver and bronze stars. So we were definitely, the councilman and I were definitely in the, or the vice mayor and I were definitely in the room full of true American heroes. So also on top of the mayor getting a nice honor, Justin Weldy got an honor from Phil Yin. And for those of you that don't know, Justin came up with a emblem that is going, or is now currently being displayed on parking spaces for Purple Heart veterans. And they liked it so much that they nationally adopted his design. So it will be across the country that any town that's a Purple Heart town will have Justin's design in their parking spaces. So that's quite an honor, and so they were very thankful, and like I said, I was in awe of all the heroes that were in that room. Thank you.
Okay, obviously I didn't do anything near as exciting as these folks over the summer, but I do feel like it's first day, we're back at school, and we're doing what we did over the summer project. I attended virtually 2 National League of Cities meetings. One of them was the State of the Cities, and the other was First Tier Suburbs Council, which sounds way more complicated than it actually was. We got to hear from an organization that, I actually sent this to Grady and Rachel, I think, that they have open source ways to help you kind of try things in town before you do something permanent. And we're talking more along the lines of parks kind of stuff. So don't get too excited in your on your streets. There's one particular town in Mesa that they used orange cones to block off to see how welcoming the bike lane access would be, that kind of stuff. So it's temporary ways before you spend hardcore money to get a project done. Like I said, it's open source, so if there's a picnic table that needs to be built or pergolas that need to go up, they can help you with that kind of thing. It was very interesting, and hopefully it's something we can do with our next project. That's all.
Thank you. Appreciate you going. Appreciate everybody, what you were doing. I didn't have anything to do this summer, but no, just kidding. I actually was happy to have the greeting on the Independence Day festivities. I met virtually with the mayor of Pietrasanta, Italy, Alberto Giovanetti, to talk about our potential sister city partnership. I also met in person with the former mayor of Killarney, Sean Conahan, who is the chair of their town twinning association, which is like the sister cities. He gave us this tour of Killarney, and there are a lot of similarities, believe it or not, which I think that municipalities face. 2 MAG meetings. One was a joint meeting with the Transportation Policy Committee, trying to make sense of the governor's veto of the Prop 400 extension that had passed the legislature with bipartisan support and with unanimous support from the Regional Transportation Council and from Regional Council. So I'm sure Jack will be bringing that up in his report. We'll be meeting again this Wednesday, and there'll be an update on the regional homelessness efforts, which is a homelessness prevention effort that we are joining in our capacity as a town of our size. So Grady and I met with Honorable Consul Glenn Williamson, who started the Canadian Arizona Business Council, which is kind of like GPEC, but we've been having a lot of activity with them. Also, he is on the board of EPCOR, and I wanted to mention that we'll be hearing from EPCOR and talking about water issues at our September 20th meeting. And then last, it's a long time ago, but we had Liz's retirement party, and again, we welcome Linda here as our clerk. That's it for that. Our next item, of course, is our appearance. So we already did the report on the 5G, so now we're going to do an appearance by Jack Lunsford, who's going to talk about the legislative session, what happened and what's coming, and welcome to you, Jack.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and Manager Miller, too. It's good to see you all back here. I still need, this almost looks like a new one, is it? Am I looking at the right one here? Aha. I need an expert here.
Side here.
Yeah, okay, all right, there, it's over there. Okay, my fault.
Oh, no, that's not
No,
it.
that's not me.
Nope.
That's not me either. Is that me? The
No.
PowerPoint?
Those are the two that were open.
There you go, right there. There we go. All right, excellent. Thank you. Because somehow these, you know, wherever you go, it's like a different setup every time. I have had the chance to be involved in
Excuse me, Jack, I think if you just do the down button.
Yeah,
on
that's
the
what I think
keyboard,
I'm
it
going to
will
have to
do.
do. That one wasn't, there we go. So very quickly, I want to give you a legislative session update. And this has to do with something that is tied for the 6th largest legislative session in state history. And I don't know what it says about me, but I've been here for at least 12 of the longest. There were 1,747 bills introduced. 388 of those were signed into law. The governor vetoed 4 of them, one which is of critical significance to all of us interested in transportation. Legislature adjourned sine die, and so the effective date of legislation is September 24th, unless otherwise specified in the bill. That could be with an emergency clause, meaning it's effective upon the governor's signature, or it could have a delayed effective date. I want to remind you quickly, and I will do this fairly often, so it's in your mind and my mind, you know, what are our priorities and our principles and so on. And you all know these probably in your sleep. in terms of what the strategic priorities of the town are. They are guiding principles for me as to what I do when I'm not visiting with you one-on-one. I won't recite them because you know them, but I just want you to know that I pay attention to those. Two core legislative principles that were adopted by council were to preserve local funding and in so doing protect state shared revenues, and to do everything we can to oppose preemption of local authority. Legislature likes to preempt local authority from municipal government. And so one of my key jobs is to work both with the league and other coalition folks and other municipalities to protect our local authority. The league had 4 resolutions this past year, not in any order. Regulate fireworks, the permissibility of those. Solutions on affordable housing and homeless, allowing cities to amend their budgets after the initial adoption, and dissolving water and wastewater districts if it's called for. The other thing we had, and I won't dwell on the first one initially, but support the extension of the half-cent sales tax, and then protect the continued viability of the Highway User Revenue Fund for cities and towns. We did the second one, and we worked really hard on the first one, and I'll allude to that in a second. Just to recap, the league and you all have received in your packets the new laws report, but the league did either track or work 550-plus bills. I was in touch with them on many of those, and supported the town wherever, or excuse me, the league wherever possible. And I have 2 municipal clients, so that makes it easy for me to do in terms of supporting the league. I actively worked on behalf of the town of Fountain Hills more than 30 bills. And I'm proud to say that I was a key negotiator and lobbyist on both the Prop 400 extension and the short-term rentals group. So in terms of the short-term, or the Prop 400 extension, as we all know, the governor did veto that. I will tell you that I've had conversations in the interim with legislators, including Representative Carroll, who was the prime sponsor in the House. The next day, he said his phone was blowing up. He had no idea that the governor was going to veto the bill. That's pretty much across the board. And I don't know if that was a missed opportunity with strategy with all of us that were working on it. Did we take the governor for granted? I can't say that we did. I believe that members of our lobbyist contingency had conversation with him. And let me digress for 1 second. There's the MAG intergovs, which as a contract intergov for the town of Fountain Hills, I'm not allowed to participate with them directly. The mayor and others have allowed me to be involved in the Monday morning meetings. But then there was a very comprehensive lobbyist group with business ties and et cetera that I was a part of too. We actively also worked this. There were things, Mayor, I did attend the joint session, although I was in the Atlanta airport and I was listening as I was walking and driving and so on. I appreciated all the comments from the mayors and so on. I believe that there probably should have been an executive session to discuss that because there were a lot of things that either could not have been said or people weren't privy to know of that some of us on the outside have. So what's going on next? There are not only what the mayor has indicated for the meeting next week, there are other activities, myself included. I've had multiple meetings already with key legislators to find out what they anticipate for the coming session, and I'll be sharing that with you. We were all concerned about by right zoning, and because of the massive pressure that was put on the legislature by the league and the individual municipalities, that did not pass. What happened instead was there was an amendment to create a housing supply study committee. I've already attended 2 of those meetings. There's another one tomorrow. They'll be meeting probably all the way up until the holidays at the end of the year. And I'm not sure they know where they're going because of and I don't have time to dwell on it, but the types of presentations that they're receiving. I have a couple of ideas of my own from when I was on Mayor Stanton's staff, and I'll probably be working with the chair on them to see if we can help at least the homeless side for the housing issue. Short-term rentals, it was probably the second or third, it's in the top 10 most amended bills that were worked among the negotiators that I've been involved with in almost 40 years. There was more wordsmithing than you can imagine. There was agreement, disagreement. There were holdouts, et cetera. But at the end of the day, we came forward with a bill that wasn't what everybody wanted, but it was a great step forward for municipal government in terms of their ability to permit and to regulate short-term rentals. Will there be something coming forward again? I do believe so, although I've seen recently that one particular short-term rental company has already announced actively in the last week the activities that they're going to do for preventing party houses and things. I will tell you that the cynic in me is that that's a preemptive strike. But at least they're going to do it. Lastly, on this one, we prevailed in protecting both the preemption issue as well as our own revenues, and for boy, I lost the word. We prevailed in helping that bill to prohibit municipalities from levying residential lease taxes, and it failed. And that's a positive thing. Fireworks, you already know about that one, but I will tell you that I had an amendment after it was approaching passage in the House, and the amendment was to put teeth into the bill. Right now, it essentially says you can't do this on 4th of July and Christmas and New Year's, or New Year's. You can't, you can only have the fireworks in more hours than is currently allowed by law. It's like you telling your children, you can't do this. I can't see a law enforcement officer showing up on a complaint, and so on. So I'm looking at, and I'll meet with the sponsor to see if he's open to having some teeth in it, which would allow for fines and so on. And we haven't worked out how the distribution of those fines are, but that'll be important. So we're working on that. The condominium termination wasn't a lead issue for the town of Fountain Hills itself, but it was certainly significant for Rio Verde and some other communities across the state. Representative Winiger did his best to require a 100% vote before you could terminate one. And as things happen, there was a compromise. They reverted back to 80% for existing condominiums. Going forward, it's 95%. And any new condominium project has to be at 95%. I don't know if anything will come back because Mr. Winiger has left the legislature and he was the prime sponsor.
Mayor? Jack, I'm sorry, I didn't follow that one. What is that bill? What would it do?
So, Mayor and Councilmember Magazine, right now, a company can come in and buy a percentage of the shares or the ownership of the condominiums and force the others to sell or to terminate. And they would terminate the condominium situation. Again, Representative Weniger attempted to make that 100% so that no institutional investor or anybody else could come in and make those modifications. And he wasn't able to get that through, but prospectively, it will.
In fact, it did affect us. Jack, this came to my attention from it happening in at the Four Peaks condos, and that exactly was happening. And I think the origin of this was probably more expecting individual homeowners, 80% of individual homeowners would agree that they wanted to terminate the condominium. But what happened is corporations are buying them and then getting that majority and then
Right.
forcing the 20% to leave. So the 95% was a great victory, but again, it's prospective. So I think I even saw an ad for Four Peaks a couple days ago having them be apartments. So I don't know how that's actually working out because I know that they didn't have an HOA board, but I think they do now. So there may be some options there, but it was definitely something that was going on here.
And Mayor, I apologize for not recalling that specific one. Lastly, and very quickly, there were several appropriations bills. One of them in particular is the capital appropriations bill, and it included $2.5 million for Dark Sky Discovery Center. Early on in the session, there was no anticipation for any additional funding this year. It was expressed to me directly. What prompted it, and this is what happens in the process, Senator Rogers wanted $19.5 million for Lowell Observatory. She didn't get that much. She got $5.5 million, but as a result, then Representative Kavanaugh stepped in and got the additional funds for Dark Sky Discovery Center. So, and then in all of those, the legislature has 11 appropriations bills. I won't go into all of them, but two of them that are important to all of us. Anybody going down to Tucson, there's a $400 million widening project for one of the largest expanses of the I-10 down by the Gila River Bridge in South. And the other one is, if you're going to LA, there is a $64 million widening of the I-10 to the State Route 85, except there's a contingency on whether Prop 400 was extended or not. So that could be problematic. So what do we have for the coming year? This is, you know, I've been doing this for 40 years. I always say, hey, I don't know what's going to happen. Well, take a look. I don't have a crystal ball this big. We're going to have a new governor. The Senate will have 13 out of 30, 43% will be new members. 8 of those will have previous experience, either having been in the legislature before or moving over from the House. The House will have 35 of 60 new members, 58%, and only 4 of those with previous experience. So that means there will be new leadership in both chambers. I believe that in the Senate, there are 2 people who have been Speaker of the House vying for the presidency. I think that at least that will give some stability, hopefully, and probably the majority leader in the House will step up little bit. Right now, the margins are one-vote margins, which gave leverage in the budget this year and all sorts of things. 16-14 for the Republicans in the Senate and 31-29 for the Republicans in the House. I can't predict what they're going to be. We could have the same. There could be, as you see my last bullet point, with voter turnout. Is there a blue wave? Is there a red wave? Is there no wave? It's just hard to predict. I look forward to coming back to you in November and telling you what this looks like. And Mayor and Council, I'll be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Anyone? Yes, Councilman?
First, and this is aimed at Grady, I guess, or staff, short-term rentals. I hope we can look at our ordinance and look at the new legislation and see if there's anything we can do to change our ordinance.
You know, we're actually in the process of doing that. Aaron's actually on a work group of other city attorneys that are working very much with the LIG on a model ordinance based on the bill that was referenced earlier that passed. We're also looking at incorporating some of the provisions that were in the short-term rental ordinance that Paradise Valley had that was able to withstand the scrutiny of the Attorney General when it was challenged under a 1487 challenge. So I think you'll be seeing something. This bill comes into effect around September 24th, was it?
Correct.
So you'll probably be seeing something, I believe, Aaron, in October or so that will incorporate these.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I think my work group's goal is to have something by that time frame that every city in town could either adopt as is or make just minor modifications. So at least we can get some of that consistency too.
And Mr. Town Manager, if I may, I'll offer my assistance to the council any way I can.
The council has heard me more than once rail against the legislature in terms of preemption. And in fact, I wrote an op-ed for the Fountain Hills Times about it. At times, I think the legislature thinks they want to take over the town, or all towns. You mentioned that there are 30 bills that impact the town. Are there any that pass, that come to mind, that would seriously preempt our abilities to do anything?
Mayor and Councilmember Magazine, first of all, I mentioned that I had done 30. There was probably more than that, and I was in concert with the league. Off the top of my head, and maybe someone knows that there's a preemption, I can't see one this year. I thought we were really strong collectively. There may be one, and I may have missed it, and if so, I apologize, and I'll find out.
Well, this is probably the first time in my 8 years, and I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council and Councilmember Magazine, this is one of the better years for preemption or lack of preemption as far as I can see and recall. The biggest one by far I think that we were concerned about was by right, zoning by right. And the league worked pretty swiftly and in concert with each other to get that, can't say defeated, but transformed into something that was a lot less adversely impactful. So we're pretty satisfied, I think, on the whole, with how this legislative session turned out by way of lack of preemption.
That bill that turned into the study committee, and what you just said about not sure where they're going, I'm really concerned with that bill. I think it's disguised as a housing inventory solution somehow. I think we need to be really wary of it. This by right, stuff, it's interesting because we've had so many conversations about group homes, and we talk about the small cell towers and short-term rentals. And if a bill, as that bill was presented, if something like that passed, none of those discussions would be moot. I mean, we would have no literally zoning real power in this town. So if you take the discussions that we had about the group homes or the cell phones, the cell towers, and just look at that and put that into your, well, this can't be single-family home anymore. This can't be single-family zoning or acre lots or whatever. And I think we just had to be really careful because it could be looked at as it's trying to solve this housing inventory issue. And I have a very cynical view of it right now, to tell you the truth, because I think it's this same by right stuff is going to come back. So we just
Mayor.
have to really watch out for that.
If I may, first of all, my cynicism antenna are up. But also, one of the original sponsors of the bill, Representative Chavez, was defeated in the primary. So all of a sudden, maybe there's one less advocate in that particular instance. The second of all, the composition of that study committee lends itself to people discussing homelessness, to affordable housing, and all things in between. And I think this week, tomorrow, they're going to have Warren Tenney from AMWA speaking about water issues as it relates. So it's a long way from soup yet.
Thank you. I also want to mention that Mayor Bien Wilner from Paradise Valley, Mayor of Sedona, Flagstaff, these other cities that worked, Scottsdale, with us side by side on the short-term rental, and that I think maybe more will be coming forth, but I look forward to this combination of the bill that just passed and incorporating Paradise Valley's ordinances into ours. I think that's going to be a very helpful thing, in addition to the Airbnb coming out and, you know, kind of putting the hammer down on some stuff. The municipal rent tax, if that had gone through, it would have cost, right, Fountain Hills would have been $500,000 a year. And their kind of fix was it wasn't going to start for a couple of years, but that's a lot for us. So hopefully we won't see anything like that coming back. And last, I think you all got the copy of the resolutions committee. So when we're at the bowling league next week, I have to go to this meeting, which is where we discuss the agenda that the league wants. And it seemed pretty innocuous. I have a couple of issues with some of the things, but just wanted to make sure, since the council had a chance to look at it, if anybody had any objections or anything that you want to say before I go, because that'll be Tuesday, and then we have, then the full league gets to vote on Thursday. So if you didn't have anything on that, then we're good to go.
Mayor, I look forward to seeing you at the Resolutions Committee and all of you at the league meeting next week.
Thank you. Thank you so much for beating back some of the stuff we didn't want and getting through some of the stuff that is really going to help our community. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you all.
Okay. Our next item is call to the public. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Thank you.
First
Please
one
remember,
is-
I'm sorry, please, when, I always forget to say when you come up to, please, you don't, not your address, but that whether you live in Fountain Hills or not.
Correct. Lori Trawler. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Town Manager, Attorney. I'm Lori Troller, resident, Topics 5G. Since everything that was said, while you guys were on vacation, we had some emails, the town manager and I going back and forth in April, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for taking on, because this is a 5G thing, it's a big deal. There's so much technicality to it. And just want to say thank you. I had some more comments, but we're going to meet and we'll talk after. But this is awesome. I think this is great. And I know you're kind of excited about this too. You have to be. But I wanted to say thank you, because this is, our town needs this. And there's a lot we can do. So this is awesome. Thank you.
Okay, we do have one more, and it's April McCormick.
I should just say ditto, but I did want to personally thank you. I don't know how it got on the agenda. Where I moved here from, it usually took the mayor or two council people. I don't know how it happened. I just wanted to say thank you humbly, and thank you to Aaron and Grady for their man hours thus far, and we look forward to meeting on September 6th. Thank you, thank you.
That's it for public comment. We do have other speakers for an item, though.
Great, thank you. Our next item is our consent agenda. Unless anybody has anything they'd like to remove, can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. We'll start our first regular agenda item, which is the adoption of the primary election held on August 2nd, 2022. Grady?
I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our town clerk, who is going to just go ahead and provide the council the canvas of the election results, and then you'll be able to go ahead and take action on that.
We had a very good year with participation at 60%, so I'm very happy and pleased with that. We do have, we are here to canvass and make this official. Our mayor has won the election for the mayoral race. We have 3 council members who are now elected, and there's Alan Skillicorn, Brenda Calavianakis, and Hannah Toth.
Mayor? I just want to thank Linda. She really kept us up to speed on the vote count, even well into the evening. So she must have been in bed propped up with pillows and a cup of coffee. But I just want to publicly thank her because that was very helpful.
Thank you. Sorry, do we have any speaker cards?
Not for this item.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm sorry, I didn't get to it here. Here we go. So do we do a, I'm sorry, I actually don't have it up yet. Resolution.
And Mayor, I think it's page 145 is the proposed suggested
Thank you.
motion.
Yeah, I was looking at my paper instead of the,
You want me to do it, Mayor?
yeah. Anybody can do it, please do the motion.
Move approval of Resolution 2022-38, declaring and adopting the results of the primary election held on August 2nd, 2022.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks very much. And yes, thank you, Linda, very much for all of your professional help. I think we needed professional help. No. Our next item is a special use permit that we're going to be talking about on Ivory and El Pueblo. Grady?
Yes, thank you. Our Development Services Director is going to be providing the council with the staff report on this. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wesley.
Maybe just a second here, get this one out and this one up. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As stated, this is a request for a special use permit for residential use in a commercial zone at 15006 North Ivory. When we establish a zoning ordinance, we list uses permitted in different zoning districts. As we do so, we know there's some uses that may fit sometimes and may not fit in other cases, and so that's why we have the special use permit process, so we can consider those uses in specific situations and determine if they're appropriate and if there may or may not be any conditions that should go along with that. So that's what we're doing here this evening. The zoning ordinance specifically allows for commercial in residential districts, but only through approval of the special use permit. So the property that we have here at the north end of town, Fountain Hills Boulevard and El Pueblo, that's Plat 106. It is Zone CC Common Commercial. And again, the request is for the special use permit. The lot of that development that's being requested is in the very southeast corner there at El Pueblo and Ivory. It's about an 8,000 square foot lot. I mentioned in the staff report that the area was in need of some improvement, that the paving wasn't in the best shape and been overgrown a little bit. We knew through our discussions with the applicant and the overall HOA that they were working on some improvements, and they've done those. So I wanted to update that from what was in my report. They did that about the same time I finished my report and learned about it just after. So here's some images of the site today, and you see the parking lot is freshly sealed, coated, and striped, and a lot of the landscaping has been cleaned up. So with this request, again, we're looking at that southeast corner of the property, or the northwest corner of El Pueblo and Ivory Drive. Again, about an 8,000 square foot lot. The applicant in this case is proposing ground floor, commercial office, basically uses. One office would be for the applicant, another would be a lease space, and then some indoor parking areas and storage space. The amount of commercial space and number of units being requested at 5 results in a need for a total of 20 parking spaces. And so on site, let's see if I've got the right button. This is on, I got the red dot anyplace that we can see? Guess not. The parking is on the back side of the building, inside the building, and then the commercial spaces front the street. But it results in a need for 20 stalls total, with 6 of those being inside, and then 14 outside would provide that 20 spaces that's needed. Here's a little closer look then at the site plan of the 2 floors. Again, that ground floor offices and parking. Upper floor shows 5 residential units. And again, at this point in the process, this is a conceptual site plan. The applicant, if this gets approved, would then take this to the next level of a full site plan review through staff and provide more of the details that we're not seeing here. But this is, we hope, is sufficient for the council to be able to make a decision on whether or not the special use permit should be approved and the maximum number of uses that would go with that. So as we look at this, first we took a look at the general plan and how would this fit in with the general plan designation for the area. General plan calls for a variety of housing types in the city and around various parts of the town. It establishes various character areas. The specific character area in this location is what we termed a mixed neighborhood, which has a variety of smaller lots, a variety of densities, with some non-residential uses mixed in. And so continuing that type of development on this particular corner seems to be consistent with the general plan. Section 2.02D5 of the zoning ordinance lays out some of the criteria that should be considered by the commission and the council with a special use permit. Main things being that it's not detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare, peace, and comfort of persons, and not detrimental or injurious to property improvements in the area or generally in the town. So as we looked at that, we had a few questions then that we asked and answered as part of this review. Will allowing residential use be detrimental to the desired commercial activity? This is zone commercial, and certainly we'd like to see that commercial development happen if it could. That would be a benefit to the town. As we look at this particular Plat 106 area, there's been no new building in this area since about 2004. In general, we feel that the commercial is probably a little bit overbuilt. We've got a number of other commercial lots that are still vacant here, and so there doesn't seem to be a strong need for a lot of commercial. Adding residential units here could then add more population close to the existing businesses and help support those existing businesses. New development on this lot could help overall clean it up and make it interesting for other development to occur. And additional residents on this lot don't seem like they would particularly impede or be detrimental to the surrounding residents in the area. Will the allowing residential use be detrimental to the surrounding residential neighborhood? This zoning district allows 4 buildings of 25 feet in height. The commercial allows 30 adjacent to it. Residential uses on a second floor versus non-residential uses on a second floor seem to be equally impactful or possibly less impactful than those non-residential uses would be. The proposed unit sizes of these apartments are very similar to the unit sizes of the houses in the neighborhood, so they're fairly similar there. We've had a little bit of concern about the architecture, the conceptual architecture proposed. It seems a little modern and out of character for the neighborhood, so we have noted that and talked to the applicant about in site plan review. Would want to look at some modifications to the architecture to better fit the neighborhood. Will residential use create a desirable living environment? So would residents living here find it a desirable place to live, and would it be sustainable as a residential development? It's right adjacent to residential, across the street. It's at that edge and transition from a residential to a commercial area, so we feel like it would fit in that way. It's not completely surrounded by parking, it's just on the two sides. Has direct access to shopping and schools, churches, parks, and other things, so we do feel like it would be a viable location for a residential use. So we feel like in all those cases, it meets the criteria outlined in the special use permit for consideration and approval. One of the issues that's come with this particular location, as it has in a couple others where we have the CC Common Commercial Zoning District, it's a unique district that establishes a common parking field. You can see that in the middle here. And then the individual lots can be built out entirely and don't have to provide any parking on their own site, which is a nice way to develop, gives you that little bit more urban form, compact type development. But the challenge we're having coming back so many years later with these is the amount of development that theoretically can occur on each lot really exceeds the amount of parking that's available in the parking lot. So somehow we have to allocate then how much development occurs on a given lot to make sure the other lots that haven't been built yet still have some room. So as we've looked at this particular location and the proposal for this development and the parking requirement, excuse me, the combination of the interior parking that's being provided and the required, the immediately adjacent parking spaces, they meet the requirements for the development that's being proposed. And we feel like that's pretty reasonable for this overall development and does not negatively impact the ability of the other lots in the center to develop. It's an issue we'll continue to refine as we work through that site plan process and engage in the overall Property Owners Association, make sure they're comfortable too. So far, we believe they are with this combination, but want to make sure they feel like, and try to work with them to get a better handle then on how parking in the future will be allocated to other lots in the site. But right now, this looks like it works pretty well. One of the other things we considered as we discussed this with the Planning and Zoning Commission, the zoning ordinance as stated allows the residential use in the commercial district with approval of a special use permit, but it doesn't really tell us at what density or what standard, what level it should be allowed. So that's kind of open. As we looked at this site and to try to determine what might be appropriate, they're proposing 5 apartments, which look fairly reasonable on the site and in the building being proposed. But we considered and compared it to the multifamily zoning districts that we do have in town. And you see the list here from R2 to R5, R5 being our most dense. R5 allows 1 dwelling unit per 1,740 square feet of lot size. And given this lot size, even at the R5 density, only 4 dwelling units would be allowed. And so if we allow 5, we're allowing something a little bit in excess of what the R5 zoning district would allow. Is that too much for this area, too much of an impact for the neighborhood? Either the R4 or 5 both end up at 4 units. One of the requirements the council put in place back almost a year ago, maybe, when did we do that? First of the year, maybe, was the citizen participation plan process, where anytime we have a special use permit or rezoning, the applicants have to reach out to neighbors in advance of coming to the P&Z Commission and engage them in the process, give them the opportunity to provide some input. So this is our first case to have used that process. And so they did provide that plan. They did mail notice to the property owners. They did not receive any direct comments back. We did have one of the neighbors come in and talk to us as staff prior to the P&Z meeting. And we did have several then attend the P&Z hearing. So the Planning Commission met on this twice, first at their May 19th meeting. There are several issues and concerns that came up then with regard to the density and the parking and some of the restrictions that might be in the association. So that was continued then to their June meeting. The issues were largely addressed. Some revisions were made to the site plan to reduce the amount of commercial space, add that interior parking space. And so with that, the staff and Planning Commission have recommended approval. The Commission has recommended 4 dwelling units versus the 5 based on those general density requirements. Dedicated parking for the building, and that that interior parking be designated for the tenants and property owner so that they do have that interior parking. So with that, I'll see if you have any questions of me at this time.
Mayor?
Can you please tell me why the planning and zoning wants 4 versus 5? And if that becomes the case, is the builder still interested in building?
Mayor, council member, it wasn't maybe a strong thing with the commission, but as they looked at the parking and trying to balance out those parking needs and that density comparison to the neighborhood, they were just a little concerned that 5 might be too dense compared to the R2 densities that were adjacent. And so they came down on the side of the 4, feeling that that was more appropriate. At the meeting, the applicant said he was willing to go to the 4. I think he would still prefer the 5. It's more cost effective. But he is here and will speak in a little bit if the council would like to ask him directly.
Okay, also, the parking, when you were explaining it, sorry, you guys, it was a little bit confusing. So I just wanted to make sure, given this development, whether it be 4 or 5, that there is sufficient designated parking for the tenants, et cetera, and also for the commercial, because this is in more of a residential area, and I think that would be an infringement in that area if we didn't provide adequate parking.
Yes.
Especially for the tenants who are there that are going to rent.
Yes. So Mayor, council member, so the drawings that you saw are based on the 5 units, and so that required the 20. If we drop it by a unit, that will reduce it by 2 parking spaces that would be required, so it provides even greater access there. The tenants with the 6 parking spaces in the building, and if you have 4 units, certainly at least they each get at least 1 interior parking space, and that's again by the stipulations that P&Z has recommended. They get first choice at those interior spaces.
Thank you.
Councilman?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Councilman?
John, I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around this project. First and foremost, I just don't understand how you can rent a place and it doesn't have a kitchen. These are not going to have kitchens. No. Initially, when we were first talked to, I believe that he said that there was not going to be individual kitchens in all the units.
No, it's all individual apartments.
Then something's changed from the first time we talked.
No, it's always been like that. I think someone was thinking that we were using a group home, but that's not true at all.
Okay, and then,
Just because, this is just contextual, the square footage and that, so, it would show layouts and that kind of stuff, but just.
Would you like to come up?
okay, well, on top of that and the parking concerns, I personally, and I'm not speaking for any other council members, I personally do not believe that I have enough information as far as drawing-wise, the drawings and everything, to wrap my mind around it to make a good vote. I think these are very basic. I mean, these are things that you can do, on a basic drawing, and I can't conceptualize it. I just can't. I think that I would want to see more, and once again, I'm speaking totally for myself. I want to see more, because if I was to put to a vote tonight with just the information given, I would be a no, because I just don't have enough to go on.
I have some of the same concerns, but my biggest concern is that commercial area is really designed to support that whole north side of the town. We give away a sub, what are we saying there? That will never go back, and we'll never have another opportunity for commercial in that area to support the growth on the north side of town. And at some point, if the state trust land gets sold, that's going to be very important, I think, to the town. We've got 2 others that we've given subs to on Saguaro and Kingstree and Saguaro and Monterey, and nothing has happened on those yet as well. So once again, here we are changing our zoning for investments that haven't panned out yet. So that concerns me. I agree with Councilman Spellich. I need some more detail on these plans. That tenant storage down below, that's something new to me. I don't understand that. Why wouldn't that be garages? And also, I'm really concerned with Councilman McMahon brought up the parking. That proposed project, they have access to that common parking in that area without any issues at all. You have confirmed that. You said you thought it would be okay. I want to make sure that we don't have a parking issue with a project going in there, and that they're going to be infringing on parking in other areas, and then the town is going to be looked at. Those are my concerns.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I think the confusion with the kitchen conversation, I listened to both meetings today. This was my second time listening to the May, whatever it was, meeting, and my first time for the June meeting. I think it was the May meeting, somebody called it a kitchenette and a concern over no kitchen or a kitchenette or something like that. Then it was made clear at some point. So yes, it was a little confusing at the beginning, but I'm pretty sure it was at the end of the conversation in May. Maybe it was June, but it was made perfectly clear that there is a kitchen, so we're good there. As for the storage question, I gotta tell you, I think it's a brilliant idea because there's very little storage in condos or apartments kind of thing. So condos and apartments now are going to storage facilities down in the parking area. Scott and I were just in San Diego looking at condos for a secondary residence, and I was surprised how many didn't have this little extra parking or storage down here like this. So I'm actually glad to see it. Thanks for putting it in there, because for somebody like me that has way too much crap, you need that.
Apparently, there are some questions that some council members would like to have answered, and I'm not going to make a motion, but I think it might be wise to postpone a decision on this and let John get together with the developer and see if we can get some answers to some of these questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is a conceptual site plan. You said it's coming back at some point in time, right?
Mayor, Councilmember, typically it would just come back to staff as a formal
Okay.
site plan review. Although if council wanted it to come back here, you could stipulate it as such.
And we previously approved another project basically across the parking lot where there was residential on top, correct?
Correct.
And there didn't seem to be any issues brought up at that time as far as parking or future concerns, so not quite sure why all of a sudden they're bringing up now. But, you know, and as far as commercial space, I mean, that whole area is chopped up, small lots. It's been there 50 years, and there's been so much turnover already in the existing commercial spaces. So I just, you know, there's not opportunity there to combine large lots and create some synergy for a commercial project to serve North Fountain Hills. I mean, it's just been sketchy, you know, as far as what's happened there commercially the last 50 years. So to me, adding some residential, you know, we've been doing that all over town. So I'm not quite sure why all of a sudden this one's different. And, you know, so I support P&Z. They took it down from 5 to 4. So, you know, they were concerned. And so to me, this seems to be the trend that we've been approving before. So I agree with P&Z.
Mayor, if I may address one comment that was made, that's in terms of the parking. If this were just a ground floor, all commercial retail building, 8,000 square feet, it would require 32 parking spaces. Those would all be out in that parking lot, and that would be a very big impact on that adjacent development, very hard for other lots in there to be developed. By doing what's been proposed, and you've only got a small portion of the ground floor in a commercial space, and then the residential on a second floor, which again could all be a commercial space too, and double that parking if it were 16,000 square feet of commercial space. That would all be reviewed at a staff level. We wouldn't be here at all. You'd really impact that parking on the site. And so this does help mitigate the parking by the design that's proposed. It'd become even worse if any of it was restaurant space, because that would raise it even more.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say, because you're saying it's this shared use. Well, why don't they have just as much right to it as who we're protecting? I didn't quite get that part of it. I mean, don't they have just as much right to use it as the fact of anybody else who may potentially come?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe, would you like to come up and make any presentation? Thank you. And then we'll see if we have any speaker cards.
Good evening. My name is John Gerzak, Fountain Hills resident and builder developer in Fountain Hills. So, you know, I think the project is, you know, really well suited for that lot. You know, the R4, R5 zoning, you know, it's 2,000 square feet or 1,740 square feet. But, you know, this was also, it's 8,000 square feet is the actual lot. You know, in that calculation, you can also argue that you could count the shared parking as part of that, because any development just on a regular lot would require that kind of parking and have to be larger. So, you know, the office, it's going to be something that it's going to be personally occupied, the whole space by us. And then the rest are just going to be, you know, rental units that are going, you know, we're going to keep long term. And, you know, the apartments, they're pretty similar to the ones that were just built on El Lago.
Anybody have any questions? I do. Yes, sir.
How many other projects have you done in town?
We have about 6 or 7 under construction right now.
In this town right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, a couple in Fire Rock, you know, we have a couple in Eagles Nest, and then all around town too. We do
Are those
majority specs and then some build to suits.
Okay, so are those primarily residential or any?
Yeah, like high-end custom houses typically.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. The first is Larry Myers.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I don't really have a position on this, but I do have some concerns about the process, because the process predates probably most of you on this council. And I don't know that it's particularly good. I tend to agree with Councilman Magazine already in that there's less, don't be surprised now. There's generally not enough information to make a decision of this magnitude. And the magnitude I speak of is in that little handout I gave you, because there's emails that basically talk about buying up other parcels within this zone. Now, this is a CC zone, and this part, what's uncovered in the handout, the most distressing is that the town management actually coaches the developers, and this isn't the first or will be the last, on how to circumvent our ordinances rather than how to comply with them. So that bothers me. I don't know that this particular project benefits the residents, which is what CC is supposed to do, the surrounding residents. But it does show the precedent that's always used. Well, you did it at Kingstree, so let me do it too. And then if you look at all the other parcels that are mentioned in that one email, pretty soon, most of the CC land tract is gone. You add that to Wilson Ejim, who's also been to the POA out there, who wants he wants his SUP as well, and you have virtually no commercial zone on that tract of land whatsoever at the end of all of this. All done through precedent. You gave me an SUP, you gave him an SUP, you'll give me an SUP. I find that to be disturbing, and it's not the first time, it won't be the last time, but I go back to, and I disagree with Councilman Charnell. I don't care what's going on that tract now. That tract has history, and the McCulloch Oil Company, the master planners of this community, said someday that will serve this community. Someday might not be 50 years, someday might be 70 years, someday might be 100 years. But they had an intent, and I don't think we should throw that land away and throw that intent away. Because when you do that, once the land is gone to apartments, you can't get it back. What if we settled for C2 nursing home at Saguaro and Trevino? We wouldn't have a C1 as intended medical center. What if we blew the top off the mountain at daybreak? We would have lost the future opportunity for a resort. What if we'd held out for what is actually an entertainment and overlay district somewhere in the future and not had Park Place on the land? What if someday this tract serves the end of town, develops state trust land, or maybe even Rio Verde? So I'd ask you all to take a step back, consider the long view like the Chinese do, hundreds of years, 100 years, not immediate gratification. Thank you.
We actually received another one, so now we have two. Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening. Fountain Hills resident. Larry may have touched on a lot of things I too had concerns with. And I'm not against development, obviously, but sometimes it seems like we're always being reactionary versus maybe recruiting the types of projects we need and that would be a benefit for the community. And then we wouldn't find ourselves always with these special use zoning change requests. In my opinion, if someone wants to build a certain project, such as these so-called luxury apartments, and these were called luxury when I first heard it in planning and zoning, it's logical that they should be required to bring all the completed plans for the project in their entirety before the permits are provided. It's like we're trying to provide permits for something that's so vague and conceptual that we don't even see kitchens in there. And when I was at those past meetings, it was a concern that there weren't kitchens. And Councilwoman was trying to clear that up and then talked about kitchenettes, but there was no kitchen or covered parking at one of the meetings I was at. And when I requested the correspondence between the town and this developer realtor through a FOIA, it seemed that Development Services was indeed trying to coach them to use the right verbiage in order to help them achieve a special use permit. And this was with regards to the future tenant space on the ground floor. So they were coached to say that might be future tenant space. And so, for whatever reason, I don't know what they were planning. But is it John's job to assist an applicant in getting this pushed through the town? Or is it the developer who should have to demonstrate his vision, and the town can then decide if a zoning change is warranted and if it's beneficial to the town? Just like the multiple lots that were already purchased this past year by Wilson Ejum, that was touched on by Larry. It's up near Sylvester's Wine Bistro. And when I spoke to Mr. Ejum earlier, previously, after this happened, he indicated that if there were zoning changes approved by the town, he was planning to develop group homes. Point blank told me, group homes. So if this SUP for the luxury apartments is allowed, there's no way to deny the next request for the SUP for the group homes, right? Or at least not without risk of a lawsuit. And what really is the end result and vision for that end of town? Perhaps it should be saved as the commercial zone it is for further commercial development. And now that we have a new economic development director, perhaps she can start promoting this as an area to bring in business from both ends, from Fountain Hills and Rio Verde. That's all. Those are just my thoughts, and I just feel like there's not enough information to make any decisions.
Ed Stizza. Stizza? Okay. Ed Stizza.
Welcome back, everyone. Mayor, Town Council, staff. Hope things are well. I just have a concern on the aesthetic. This is probably a great time to bring up an aesthetic ordinance, which we do not have. So we can see what's happened over at some of the developments here. Somehow or another, the black, white, and gray is becoming prevalent here on churches, on these type of developments, and I don't know when it's going to stop. So I've also been involved with a couple projects where designers are also going down that path. So at what point are we going to stop the aesthetic of this? I'm almost positive at the last meeting, the applicant had said that there was no way possible he was going to change the design. And John Wesley just stated that he's going to work on the design. So how can you vote on something that's not locked down? I still don't understand that. And much to what Larry and Crystal just said,
with the SUP, we seem to hand off the SUPs very easily, and then we make decisions. And I think that precedent needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. I don't know how else to say that, but, tell me how you're going to, start to control some of this look. We're losing the blend of the town, so it's really starting, most of these buildings are going way over to the left side, and it's just too, the designs should be a lot more copacetic with what we have here, and it's just not happening. So I don't know what you guys can do about that, and hopefully you can, but that's it. So, thank you.
It looks like we have one more. Janet Faith? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm glad to be here and glad to listen. Thank you for all your work. The thing I wanted to bring up about this project is nothing has been mentioned about handicap accessibility and whether or not it complies with ADA. So as long as you are looking at things, that may be something to look at and talk about. That's all I have.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilman?
don't we have to consider that by law?
John, do you want to maybe address that, please?
If we go back to, I don't know if you can see it on this plan, but just on the west side of the building, and about the middle there, you'll see the stripes where the handicap parking space is. And so then they'll have the ramps, and yes, that has to be part of the building permits to make sure they're handicap accessible.
The residential part too? Just the commercial part?
I think just the commercial part was such a small one, but that gets into a segment of the building code that I don't remember quite as well. But if it
Okay.
is required, then certainly they'll have to do it.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just want to, excuse me, address a couple of the comments. I mean, I know Mr. Myers is aware when McCulloch developed this property originally and zoned it and master planned it, it was designed for 70 to 75,000 people, and there was commercial all over the place. And so this is what we have to deal with today. And a lot of the design and development standards have changed the last 50 years. And so I think developers are just trying to keep up with trends and trying to make their projects viable and trying to make them fit in as best they can with our ordinances and such. So architecture is kind of like art. A lot of it is in the eye of the beholder. And if you drive around Fire Rock or a lot of the other upscale residential areas in Fountain Hills, there is a mix of territorial, Tuscany, and modern. So there's just a variety of architecture out there. So I just don't see us passing some kind of ordinance saying, oh, you have to have territorial architecture and that's it. I just don't see that happening. And, as far as the, like I said, there have been a lot of zoning changes the last 30 years plus because what was originally master planned just wasn't viable and it just wasn't realistic in terms of how things are today. So I just don't see the trend that is being portrayed as so evil that is being detrimental to this town because, there was a small commercial area at Golden Eagle and Marathon at one time. And, the thought was, well, all those people living up there need a little, Circle K and whatnot, a little strip mall up there so they don't have to drive all the way to downtown area. And so, these development concepts just don't hold up anymore. And the way Plat 208 was put together with the parking behind the buildings and stuff, that just isn't really done today. So, we're trying to improve things that were done 50 years ago and make projects viable. So I just, I think it's been generally accepted, John, that we have an overabundance of commercial zoning here already. And, you know, there've been several proposals for the Target Center and such, and, you know, I just think that, that's just the trend, and I, you know, just don't see that changing in terms of making projects viable, because we want more residents here to make our businesses successful. So, you know, he's provided the parking, you know, as part of his project, and so that helps, and I just don't see these major obstacles that are being portrayed out there.
Yes, Alan?
Mayor, since there are some council members who have some questions that need answering, I'm going to move to postpone a decision on this and let John Wesley get together with the developer so they can come back with answers to some of the questions. That's a motion.
Second. Can I ask that you verify the parking situation with the,
POA?
yeah, the POA?
That was a part of the June meeting, was the confirmation of that.
I'm just wondering, I don't know if it's Aaron's question, or, I mean, can we just postpone stuff, or do we need a date certain to bring it back? Or, I mean, I think we need some certainty here in terms of the timing.
So we can move to postpone, Mayor and Council, we can move to postpone indefinitely, which it sounds like that's what Councilman Magazine just did. Or we can move to continue to a date certain, which may be preferred. And I don't know if Director Wesley has any input as to what that date certain might be.
I don't have any problem amending the motion to include a date certain if somebody can suggest what that date is.
So I'm sure the applicant would rather do it in 2 weeks, but generally if we're going to do something substantive and be able to prepare something back to council, it probably ought to be at least a month. And so the second meeting in September would probably be the earliest date it should be.
I'll amend my motion to include that.
2 weeks?
Second meeting in September.
It's the second meeting. Grady, do you have something to say?
I was just going to suggest the 20th because actually technically our staff reports for the 6th are due tomorrow. So this gives Mr. Wesley enough time to work with the applicant.
I'm not changing
here.
my motion.
Also, I have a question or comment.
I'll amend it to the 20th.
Councilwoman?
This is just the concept plan, right? I mean, it has to be a lot more detailed by the end of the day before you can coerce them into doing their permits and applying through the town, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman.
What exactly are we asking of the developer? I feel like we're not being specific enough to help the developer out as to what it is that the motion people are looking to see to come back. Because I feel comfortable actually having a conversation about the issue at hand right now, not necessarily needing to postpone it.
I agree with that. That was going to be my question. What more information or what other sort of staff report do we need? These special use permits that we've been giving to other projects are irrelevant to this, in my opinion. We have other builders who asked to put residential on commercial mixed use, which has been on our books forever as a goal. They're different developers, so they have different reasons why there's been delays or not delays. I don't really know why. This is a separate project. Again, we have shortages in inventory. We just talked about that. And this project, the 2 stories, that's the way it could be. The way that whole lot, the way that whole area is right now is not going to be conducive to serving. I mean, you could put a 2-story whatever here, that was just commercial, so there's no master plan here that's part of that. I also want to mention if it's commercial, then detox center, if that ends up being something on our agenda, is going to be on commercial. So if you're trying to avert something there and using this particular thing as a, I don't want to say scapegoat, but it sounds like it, then I don't agree with that. And so I'm prepared to also not postpone this and go ahead with it. I don't want to have a hardship for someone just because I don't know specifically what we're really asking for. He's got, he wants to change it to partial residential. He's got everything else in order. So this is really the only question, and I don't understand why there's such an issue.
Mayor.
Councilman?
I would like to hear from Councilman Friedel and Spellich as to what their concerns are and see if they can be resolved. If they can be resolved, I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Councilman?
So, John, would you please go back to the other drawing where the applicant has the layout? So that's 5 units, planning and zoning approved 4. So are we saying it's 4? Or are we saying it's 5?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, excuse me, that would depend upon whether the council supports the P&Z motion of 4, or if they want to go ahead and leave it at 5 as requested by the council. But what the SUP would say is to a maximum of whichever number you decide upon.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Am I looking at a plan that has 5?
You are looking at a plan for 5.
Do you have a drawing that shows conceptualizes 4?
No.
Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, I am concerned about the parking, even though they said that the parking is covered. I'm concerned about the parking. That parking lot shares a new restaurant that just came into Fountain Hills. I shouldn't say a new restaurant, a new owner and a new concept Italian restaurant. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about, could you please go back to the conceptual outside drawing? The elevation, sorry.
I gotta remember which way that is in here.
I don't know either. Are we 100% set on this is what it's going to look like?
No. That's been a comment all the way along, and the applicant knows that we are going to look for architecture that better blends with the neighborhood when they make this formal submittal.
Okay. So would it be asking too much for him to submit to us by September what it's really going to look like? Because here's why I'm a no vote. I don't like the way it looks. I don't have a four apartment diagram or whatever, conceptual drawing of what it's going to look like. So I don't have that, what that's going to look like. I definitely do not like the exterior look of this. And for the life of me, I have no idea why are we in such a hurry to do this? What is the big deal delaying this 30 days? What's going to change? If anything, in 30 days, lumber prices and everything are starting to come down. I know that. I'm building a home. So it's not going to hurt the applicant for us to have a real legitimate look at what it's going to look like and what the residents should see what they're going to live next to if they live in that area. And then secondly, I want to know what the 4 thing is going to look like. I don't think it's asking too much. I'm not putting anything else into this, and if Councilman Charnow and the mayor think that, then they're wrong. I want to vote on what's in front of me, and what's in front of me is not correct. So why would we vote on something that's not correct?
I feel like when these things come to us in this raw form, for lack of a better word, part of it is brought to us this way because of the expenses behind doing the actual drawings, what needs to be done. So I think that if we approve something and say stipulation is 4 units, stipulation is whatever, the color scheme, whatever the stipulation is for the outside, and generally speaking, these things wouldn't come back to us, but we can say, you're approved if you bring it back and it meets these requirements. The 4 units and the dedicated parking space and the designation of the parking inside the building for owner and tenants that the P&Z folks said. I'm not in a hurry to approve it. I just don't know why we are asking him to go to an additional expense for something he doesn't he's not going to leave with a positive feeling today when he leaves. So that's my actual question. Which obviously nobody here approves of.
Well, it's kind of a tough one, but I've got to say that I don't think the objections I've heard really are unreasonable. We're talking about 30 days. It's not going to, it can't make that much difference, and so I'm not going to withdraw my motion.
I'm sorry, but remember you were asked about did you have something to say to respond to Councilman Magazine?
I'm gonna address your question, Ellen. I agree with Councilman Spellish. I don't think we have enough detail, or it's not complete enough for my liking right now, too. So I support his request for 30 days.
So we're looking we're looking for the drawing of the upstairs, the confirmation of the exterior. I know at the June meeting, he said that he was going to do away with some of the windows on the commercial section. I do know he was talking about that as well in the June meeting. What else are we looking for a delay?
And what you have up there right now, is that a garage door I see down on the bottom?
Yes, that's what faces Ivory.
So there is garage space
Yes,
underneath?
right,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Right.
In addition to storage?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, he called for the question, so I guess I should stop this. All in favor of postponing till September 20th, say aye, please.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We'll take it back up then. Thanks. All right. Our next item is a request to apply and take receipt of grants from the AOT. Grady?
Yes, Mayor and Council, before you is an item for permission to apply for grants that are being administered. They're ARPA grants that are being administered by the Arizona Office of Tourism. Our Economic Development Director, Amanda Jacobs, is going to give you a brief report on this. I'll turn it over to Ms. Jacobs.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Typically with our grants, we place them on consent, but because there are 3 grants wrapped into one and there are matching requirements, we just wanted to be a little bit transparent on this subject, and also it's just good for our residents to see what we're applying for. So as Mr. Miller mentioned, so last year, Governor Ducey designated Visit Arizona Initiative, so VAI, it's a mouthful. And so it's 3 different grants in order to accelerate tourism recovery, generate job creation, and economic development. So there are 3 I'll briefly go through. It's the marketing, partnership, and outdoor revitalization. All right, so marketing grant, last year we did apply and receive $10,000, which was designated to our community center to do a video promotion, as well as to do an enhancement on our experience website, which is the tourism arm. And this year we're requesting $230,000, and there is a 20% match. Those matches can be in kind, cash, or through a third party. And so what we're doing is we're working with our community relations, our community services department to really put together a robust marketing strategy this next year. Of the 230, we're also planning to designate $55,000 towards event sponsorship. So there's different requirements in order to apply. And some of that we're going to, hopefully, again, with your permission, and if we do receive it, it will go to the International Dark Sky Association for the Dark Sky Festival to, again, try to generate visitors to our wonderful community. And then also the 2 fine art festivals that are put on by the Fountain Hills Chamber of Commerce. So that gets hundreds of thousands of people. So again, how do we recover from those 2 years where basically we're at a standstill, there was no events, no people coming in? How can we continue to put ourselves on the map? Next, a partnership grant. This is for a new or expanded event. You heard me during my third quarter report. We did receive partnership grants, $9,000 specifically through this program for our Music Fest. We cannot do that again. Again, it needs to be new or expanded. And so again, our team internally is looking to expand our Irish Fest to a 2-day event. The request is $56,000, and again, a match of 20%, and really to increase visitation and overnight stays and work hand in hand with our hotels. So we can't go quite specific to, for instance, March 17th, but going back to March 2019, that month, in bed tax and sales tax was nearly almost $170,000. In 2020, it went down to over 70. And in 21, 56,000. So we really did get hit hard. We're starting to see that recovery, but again, we have a built-in audience. Let's attract more people and help, again, the tourism industry that was hit hard and support our hotels, our shopping, and our dining. And then last but not least, outdoor revitalization. And so what this is seeking is for either marketing, sustainability efforts, and/or infrastructure improvements to accelerate industry recovery. And so what we're requesting, so momentarily ago, I said we received some money for our community center. What we're wanting to do is not just look at the community center and the lovely activities, but to also start promoting a conference center, right? We've got new ballrooms, meeting rooms. Those people expect to pay. And so we're wanting to bring some of those event and meeting organizers again to town. Now, one thing through the pandemic is some folks feel a bit safer being outdoors. And so we think, we've talked about the Centennial Pavilion, that would be a nice extension to the community center and conference center. And then also it's nearby the planned Dark Sky Discovery Center, our library, that it just makes sense. And the request here is a max of $250,000, the request, and the match is 20%. And so with that, Madam Mayor, Council, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And really the request by staff tonight is for you to allow staff to apply and accept monies if we do receive them. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Councilman?
Amanda, how does the shade structure relate to the one that was in the CIP for outside the community center?
So this is our outdoor revitalization, and so how it applies is tying into our community center / conference center.
Okay.
And so it would be an extension.
Is this the same thing with a
Oh,
different?
sorry.
Same thing with a different name?
Yes, it is, absolutely.
I kind of object, frankly, to sliding this in. We had a question as part of the CIP, did we not? And now we're seeing it in this form? What am I missing here?
So this is why it's on the regular, I think the very beginning comments that the Economic Development Director said is that typically these are on consent. We put this purposely on the regular agenda so that we can get this out and have this discussion.
I just don't think this is right. I just don't think this is the right way to handle it. We had a number of comments about the shade structure previously. Every time it comes up, it seems to have a different name. It's almost like trying to slide something in here that some of us have opposed. And frankly, I resent the way this is being handled.
I think we've known all along that they were going to apply for a grant for it. That was part of the conversation at some point. I don't remember first time we talked about it or fifth time we talked about it, but you're right, we've talked about it at least 5 or 6 times. But I know we discussed a grant because I remember for a number of grants, we've had the conversation that if it's not in the budget or if the drawings aren't done, they won't even consider us for whatever the grant is. So that's one of the main reasons why I remember that this particular one, a grant was discussed.
And literally, all of these items, particularly the three that we were having, discussions about, that's what we were told. We will bring them back. That's what we're doing, because we were only going to bring them back as they came up to be relevant. So this one, at this point, is relevant, so we're bringing it back, and that's why we're going to vote on it.
Mayor?
Yes.
Would it be any less relevant if it came up as part of the CIP?
So we approved the CIP as it stood, with the understanding that as different projects came forward, we would vote on them individually. That's what we're doing here.
Well, my understanding is different, and it may be wrong, but I thought we were going to be looking at all the CIP projects and making decisions on them. Is that not correct?
Well, we will look at them as they come up. Otherwise, if we don't go forward with them, or they don't end up being something that we're going to move forward with, we're not going to spend money on RFPs or such, then that's how we make the decisions on all of our capital projects when they come back to us to take whatever that next step is. So this next step, and we literally, about these three items, said, if we end up with an ability to apply for a grant, that's when we'll talk about it, and that's what this is.
Well, and as I'm looking at it, it says marketing, sustainability efforts, and/or infrastructure improvements. But the wording is a lot different from what we've dealt with in the past.
So let me just explain this. So they're trying to work with the language that's in the actual grant application. So as you heard earlier, we've never referred to the community center as a conference center. So the conference center, in order to get for this particular aspect of the grant, there needs to be some significant improvements. Well, we just went through a big remodeling project, so that wouldn't qualify, but we were thinking creatively that possibly this pavilion, again, we know that it needed to be debated, and we know that that was going to happen tonight. So there was no way that we were trying to slide this through. That's why this was on the regular agenda. We also understood that the council could possibly have supported this if they know that the lion's share of this is being paid through other sources. So if it's a grant or other ways of paying for this. So that's what the staff did, is they came up with a creative way. If the council has a concern with this, they can approve what is before you tonight, and you can actually take that item off of this. So if you have a concern about the pavilion, you can certainly go ahead and remove this from the motion when you go ahead and approve the submittal for the other two. This is a total of 3 separate grants that we would be applying through the Arizona Office of Tourism.
And what's the maximum amount we would have to pay?
The total that I've got for all 3, because there's 3 grants, would be $107,000, but just for this particular one, it would be $50,000, I believe.
20%.
So for $50,000, we would be basically getting a $300,000 pavilion.
Director?
And Madam Mayor, I did include it in my report, but failed to mention it here. I have to apply on behalf of the town by August 31st, which was an extension. Originally, it was the 17th.
Mayor.
So, Alan, I'm against it, as you know. But if we can get this done for 50 grand, I'm for it.
I think that you just nailed it right there on the head. So that's the decision to make, whether you want to risk or if you want to do the match. If you don't even want to do the match, then we won't apply for it.
I too was opposed to this, and I concurred with Alan. I think I even said at the meeting it was probably the first time in 4 years him and I agreed on anything. But I think we kind of gave, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we kind of gave the marching orders to Rachel that if she could find money somewhere else, as long as it wasn't coming out of the CIP budget, to go ahead and try to do it. So what I think is, I can understand you thinking we're getting backdoored, but I think in this particular instance, I think that we kind of gave her the marching orders, or at least I remember speaking about this and saying, if you can find the money that we wouldn't be on the hook for the whole amount, I would be for it. So knowing that we're only going to be up to 50,000 would be our liability, up to 50,000, she did what we requested. She went out on her own and found the money, or with the hopes of finding the money. So originally I was against it because it was all on us, but now that it's going to be a $50,000 hit, I would approve it.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
Originally, I may be wrong, I thought it was $350, now I'm seeing $250. If we can get it for $50,000, I will support it.
Have any speaker cards?
Mayor, no, not for this item. 8D? Are you wanting to speak on this one or 8D? It's for this one. Oh, it's for this one, okay. We do. Okay. Ed Sitza? I'll get it one of these days.
Mayor, while Ed's coming up, may I just make one quick comment? So if we receive the grant, we'll let you know, and we'll be bringing any kind of award of contract back to this council. So you'll be fully aware of as to what the cost would be. So there's more steps than this tonight.
Thank you. Ed?
Thank you. So, thank you, Grady, for explaining why this is being done. There are certain people in this audience here tonight, and this is probably part of the problem, transparency. It typifies it perfectly. So as far as bringing this out right now, the public had no idea this. We're only here because we thought it could possibly be for, I'd love to have that picture back up there, because I'm going to talk about the design of it, okay? And so anyway, thank you very much for explaining that, because that makes total sense in timeline, amount of money, and it sounds like the grant only gets 50,000 towards the 250. Am I not understanding that? You're saying it's going to get bought or built for 50. That's not true. Okay, that's what it sounded like back there. I'm sorry.
Our match would be 50. If it's
The match would be
Will be
50.
20% of whatever it ends up being.
Okay, so the total outlay to the town is, okay, all right. So let me talk about this design. I've had a problem with the circus tent since I've seen it. The Centennial Circle is an open space. No offense to Rachel or anybody else in Parks and Rec, but part of the beauty of Fountain Hills is open space. We are continuously condensing that right now. Putting that structure over the Centennial Circle, are you going to move the statue? What's the plan there? Where are you going to put that beautiful statue that's in the Centennial Circle that represents the Centennial Circle? So there are some designs that I have that are circular in motion that will much better represent that area, still do the same thing without it looking like a circus tent. So that thing is, you cannot tell me that aesthetically that's going to look good. It's just not. We got to stop. I mean, you guys, come on. So the observatory's not even built yet. Once the observatory's built, maybe take a look at something like this. What's the cost? Well, the cost isn't exorbitant. It's not high. So as far as you getting actual return on the investment, it's not even really that, right? But as far as the look of the thing, you're not going to be able to change this thing. I mean, how much more are we going to, you're going to put one of these down in the middle of Fountain Park over the fountain? Come on, guys. I mean, at some point, this has got to stop. The aesthetic of what this town is and where it's going is a big problem. I agree with what you said 100% as far as development. But there is a blend. There is a blend. I don't care if it's a Tuscan next to a contemporary, there's still a blend architecturally. And we are blowing that. We are blowing that completely in this town. We've done it. I mean, so let's take a stronger look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, just a clarification from staff. Would this go over the statue in Centennial Park?
Sorry, I figured it would be better to do it at the mic. For clarification, the answer is yes. the statue would be moved, and that is at the request of both the Public Art Committee and the Dark Skies Group. Both groups have actually requested a relocation of that piece regardless of this project. The idea here, and I appreciate the public comment from Ed. I know he's very involved in what we've been doing. Conceptually, the idea is to add shade. Regardless of the design, the idea is to add shade to the space to make it more usable. The art would then be more visible, ideally, because more people would use the space. But yes, the piece would be relocated on property, not out, probably either onto closer to the community center or the future dark sky space.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, Rachel.
Rachel? Is it too late to look at Ed's design? I've never seen it, but is it too late to look at that? Is that something we want to see what he's got?
We can certainly do that. I think what we have based it on is a design, the space itself is about 80 feet in diameter, which is not small. And we were pretty prudent in the concept of keeping a center post out of it. Ideally, this will be used for performances and other fine arts and things like that. So we didn't want to have a visual obstruction in the middle. So finding something that was architecturally viable to support that, it does limit some of our choices. And I don't disagree with the concept. When you look at the renderings, they're not flattering, i.e. they do have a layered effect that kind of comes off circus tent-like. But the rendering, the actual installations that we've seen are again, they're just sort of layered, so there's space between the two to allow movement, to allow air, to allow cooling and things like that. So they have come out very, very nice, and we do anticipate them fitting the aesthetics with our color schemes, with the tans and the dark browns and things like that.
They could actually be the wind sails that you see sometimes that are a little bit more vertical, and they are triangular in shape. We have to be very cognizant of wind loads because that's even not having a center post. We're trying to make sure that we don't have an issue where the wind takes those or causes some damage to the structure.
Yes. With all that in mind, I'd be happy to talk to Ed about his other ideas or concepts of how we might still achieve that. Thank you.
Anything else? Someone please make a motion. 165.
Move to approve staff to apply and take receipt of AOT VAI grant funding from the Arizona Office of Tourism to support the town's economic development and tourism efforts.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. Our next item is, speaking of shade, it's shade and net contract. Grady?
I'll just explain this simply, and Rachel can fill in the details on it. So basically, we have a particular contractor, which is Shade and Net, and it's for a contract amount of about $50,000, which is my authority. We are anticipating a number of these sunscreens or sunshades that we'll be doing with this particular vendor. We've had very good luck with this vendor. We had another one that didn't work out so well. And so we're trying to increase the amount from $50,000 by another $450,000 in anticipation of additional sunshades that we'll be doing, particularly, I believe, over at Golden Eagle Park. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Goodwin, who will provide a little bit more background.
Thank you. And yes, he kind of hit the highlights here. This is a standard vendor that we use for all of our shade needs. This is not associated with the project we just talked about. It has nothing to do with that. Our parks have a lot of shade structures in them, whether they're over our ramadas, our picnic areas, our playgrounds, different areas like that. So having a multi-year contract available so that we can move forward with the additional shade structures at our ball fields, as well as have contract availability for us to actively respond to any damage, whether that's monsoons, ripping, wear and tear, vandalism, those types of things, having that contract availability so we can proactively and quickly address those issues should they come up. with that, I didn't prepare any visuals. Everybody knows we've got a lot of shade structures in our park, and I think there's actually more than you anticipate sometimes. Like Grady said, we have those different types of sails, especially over our playgrounds. We have a number of them at all of our different sport courts and things like that. So just being able to address those and keep those in good working order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rachel, did I hear 450,000?
It's a multi-year contract, so it's over the life of 5 years.
So it would be 5 years spread over, and that you would spend up to 450,000 in that 5 years?
Correct.
You don't plan on blowing 450,000
I
next
don't-
year, right?
I don't have 450,000.
I just want to
Yes.
make sure, because
Correct.
you love your shade.
It's hot out there.
I mean,
Yes, no, again, it's for the life of the contract over multiple years.
okay.
I know, there's a lot of jokes. Do we have any speaker cards?
Not for this item.
Thank you. Any further discussion or motion, please?
Move to approve Shade Net Contract 2022.091.1, amendment for park shade installation and repairs.
A second.
Second, please?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Thank you. Next, we have our discussion direction to town manager, and if there isn't anything, we can take a motion to adjourn this meeting, and then we'll take a little break before we start the work study.
Mayor, I have something.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Excuse how irritated I'm going to be about this, but the last week and a half, I had 3 opportunities to visit the community center. And all I'm going to say is probably 3-4 months ago, Councilman Spellich almost had a heart attack up here discussing the water issues in that community center. And I'm just going to tell you how embarrassed I was, because the odor in that building, the mildew smell was unbelievable. On a Thursday night, I was there and people actually walked out because it was so bad. There's stains in the carpeting, sandbags still at the doors. If we can't get this under control, we spent $800,000 on that building, and we still have this water or moisture issue that was never fixed or addressed. We'll never get that smell out of the carpeting, number one. Number two, I'm just wondering what health risks we have for our employees working in that building all day. And secondly, that's a hub for our seniors in this town. It's distressing to me and embarrassing to sit with that building like in that condition. If that was here, there's no doubt in my mind that would have been already addressed. So I think we need to get to the bottom of it and make these corrections, whatever we need to do. We need to streamline that to get it done. We're also charging people for that environment, and I find that distasteful.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Vice Mayor Friedel is 100% right. 5 or 6 months ago, I did literally have a heart attack on this stage, or on this dais, because I had known that we had spent $800,000 of our taxpayers' money on this building. And at the time, I had said it's absolutely imperative that any water mitigation that needed to be done. Because I think I said, if you go back and look at the video, I think I told everybody up here that the first major event, there was going to be issues. And I specifically said, when the residents of this town find out that the $800,000 of their money that we spent, a significant portion of the carpeting and everything, I didn't go to the community center, I'll be quite honest with you. The vice mayor called me and told me about it. I didn't go because I didn't want to be upset. So I told everybody up here, I said that we needed to make it a priority, and I believe before we spend any money on any more studies, on anything, I don't care what it is, before we spend any money on anything on our wish list, please, I'm going to reiterate this again, please Let's get to the bottom of what the problem is concerning the water problem at the community center and spend whatever money we have to mitigate it and get it fixed once and for all.
Mayor, if I may. So if you recall, council, at that time, I told you this was a high priority and we were going to work on it immediately. I will talk to you at the break and let you know what we've done to date. In fact, we are supposed to be bringing some architectural concepts or their plans on what they think we need to do. So that's been worked on since we had this discussion previously. So, so that's all I have to say at this point, and you'll probably be hearing about this, Justin, what part of September? The latter part, so.
Aaron, I don't know how far we're going on this, how much we're allowed to discuss stuff, so just let me know.
It sounds as though the discussion direction to town manager is pretty clear. Yeah.
Could I just add one thing? I get we need to do something around those doors. I walked down a hallway on the other side of the building that was at risk. So I don't know how far-reaching this is, but we've got issues.
Okay, all set? Motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye, thank you. Don't blame me, I'm not the only one that talks. Call this to order, and I think Linda, the roll call.
Let the record reflect that all town council is present.
Thank you.
She's good.
We discussed this. Our item for tonight on our work study is to discuss our fire department. And Grady, I'll kick it off to you.
Okay. Just wanted to remind the council that last year we had the council consider approving two separate contracts. One was for an evaluation of and financial analysis of the fire department, and the other one was for law enforcement. These two functions are our most expensive services that we provide the citizens, and probably likely most citizens would agree they're the most important to them. It's typically what a community provides to its residents in terms of quality of life, and so these are very important. And we're going to go ahead and turn this over to Mr. Pock, our finance director, who is going to provide additional details before introducing folks from the McGrath Consulting Group that conducted the analysis. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Pock.
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. As Grady mentioned, we did do an RFP process in the fall of 2021 for our fire and emergency medical services evaluation. That contract was awarded to McGrath Consulting Group, and that was done in November. Shortly after the contract was awarded, we began kind of our startup with McGrath, and just wanted to kind of give you a quick background on that company, as well as the team members, the consultants that worked on this. So McGrath Consulting's been in business for 21 years, specializes in public safety analysis. They have over 350 clients in 39 states. And as I mentioned, the contract was awarded for us in November. The team lead on this was Chief Craig Haig. He's got 38 years of fire service experience. He retired as the fire chief and director of emergency management from the village of Hanover Park, Illinois. Also on the team was Miss Melena Mays. She's got 20 years of HR experience and prior experience as a county human resource director and also primary compensation consultant for the city of Marshville, Wisconsin. So with that, I'd just like to say and let council know that Chief Haig was a great person to work with. I know many of you met with him individually. He also spent a lot of time on this, so I will invite him up to go through his presentation.
Oh, of course, yes, welcome. Thank you.
So I get to, I guess, lead this evening, and all of the technical and really detailed analysis Melania will take. So at least you're familiar with how the plan will lay out. As we get ready to step into this look at the overall fire department, I will just say to the council, generally whenever our firm gets hired to come take a look at something like what you've asked us to do, usually we get called because there's a disaster that has occurred or one that is impending within the next month, and they've called us and said, hey, come take a look and help us figure out what it is that we need to do, and you've got to do it right away, and you've got to fix it because things are coming apart. That is not the situation that you have. And I think that it's important to make sure that the council understands that this analysis and evaluation is a proactive step to determine whether you're doing the right things. But you, from our big picture overview, you don't have a major problem at the moment, and it takes some of the pressure off in being able to analyze and make sure that we get this correct. So. I applaud the village for, or I'm sorry, the town for stepping through that scenario.
So let's take a little bit of a look, high-level look at the scope of the project and some of the specifics. As Mr. Pock indicated, we were commissioned by the town to conduct an independent, non-biased study and cost analysis of overall fire department operations. And the goal of the study really fell into a couple very specific categories. One, should you renew the contract that you've had for a long time with the private contractor, Rural Metro? Should you seek intergovernmental or IGA agreement with a nearby municipality that could provide fire protection services to you? Or should you create your own in-house fire department? So those were the areas that we primarily focused our attention on to try to give you the best analysis and options. As we walk through this, there are a couple other options that we think exist that may or may not be of interest to the council, and I'll address those just briefly. In addition, you have a detailed report that we completed that's specifics on each one of these areas. So what Malena and I will be walking through tonight with you is just an overall high-level interview, but then we're happy to dig down as necessary, try and answer any of your specific questions. Overall study methodology for this really focused in 6 key areas. As we came in, McGrath Consulting Group has primarily been a firm that has been located in the Chicago metro area for almost all of its existence. Our headquarters was moved to Tennessee within the last 12 months, but we are not from the Phoenix Valley area or from Arizona. And so some of the analysis, and I think it's positive in this particular study, some of the analysis is that we truly were able to evaluate this with an independent eye because we didn't know, per se, the operational systems here in the Phoenix area. And so we had to learn it and we needed to evaluate it. And I think that's beneficial for us to be able to give you a true unbiased analysis as to where you're at. So step one of this overall methodology is we needed to understand the overall contractual situation that you have with Rural Metro, how it works, how it's operated for a long time. We, too, needed to understand how fire services are provided throughout the Phoenix Valley area. 3, we needed to do some analysis work as it relates to compliance, use the national standards or best practices. There are a number of national standards that are out there as it relates to providing fire protection, and we wanted to evaluate those and look to see how that was operating within this particular community with the service provider that is taking care of you at the moment. 4th, we wanted to analyze the options related to how best to provide fire protection services in the future. 5th, we needed to analyze the overall cost projections and to give you some options. And then lastly, we wanted to be able to provide recommendations based on study findings and more importantly, to give you some options. And I think that's, in all of my years working with local government, my direction as fire chief always was, give us options. Let us know what we can do and what might be a possibility. And so we've tried to do that for you in this overall study. So as the study process laid out, interviews were one of our key aspects. And I had the opportunity to either meet with each of you in person or via a phone conversation. I think it's always important to get an understanding as it relates to the position of the elected officials who actually represent the residents of the community. We spent a number of hours with your community's leadership, your manager and Mr. Pock and others to wrap our arms around that side of overall community governance. The fire service leadership component, I think, was pretty important for us to really come to an understanding of how fire service is provided here in the Phoenix Valley area. So we talked to the neighboring fire chiefs. We talked to past leadership from the fire service. We spent significant time with Chief Ott, and I appreciate his indulgence in talking us through and being very transparent in his conversations. And then from there, we looked at a number of different external service providers, such as the retirement system and public safety retention pool and the employee assistance program, because that was all going to be a role in the overall analysis. So we tried to do our due diligence and speak to or speak with or obtain information from as many of those involved parties as we possibly could get our hands on. Another major component of this is an overall document and data review. Fortunately, as we started the work for Fountain Hills, a number of communities over the years have looked at a very similar situation. This is not a new topic in the Phoenix metro area, and there are a number of studies that have been conducted by a number of different consulting firms. And what I think was a benefit is that all of those studies that were conducted were different than a study conducted by us. So I was able to reach out to those consultants and evaluate their work, but then give it our overlay to determine whether or not we agreed or what the perspective was. But there's a lot of information. I will also say we did a public document review, and we looked at letters and memos and training documents and strategic plans and things like that from a number of the different communities that have addressed this, and your neighboring fire chiefs and their leadership team were fantastic. Any questions that I asked, any comments that, or any information I asked for, they were more than happy to provide that. So it was incredibly helpful in trying to figure this thing out. And then lastly, we looked at the regional dispatch services. As you know, your fire dispatch comes through a transfer. The call will come in, and then it'll be transferred into rural metro. Rural metro will actually do the dispatch for your fire agencies out of their dispatch center. And in the event that the town would elect to move away from a contract with rural metro, the situation would be you'd have to figure out where you're going to go for dispatching. So we wanted to look at that, figure out what the costs would be, and be able to provide some data and some information there. Milena spent an incredible amount of time, and she'll have the opportunity to speak about this, looking at some of your specific Fountain Hills data, personnel policies and pay plan and employee benefit guides, all of those things necessary to be able to make a holistic evaluation as to what the costs would be. I also looked at, just as an added comment, we looked at your Fountain Hills community survey that was completed in 2021, and as the manager indicated, public safety is very, very important to the residents of this community, and I think one of the positive aspects that I could see from that study is that the residents of the community are pretty happy with the services they're providing, that are being provided to them. So I think that community survey was helpful in making some overall review. Now, with any study of this type, there are going to be limitations, and the limitation that we noted in this is that Rural Metro and their parent company, they're a private for-profit entity. So when it comes to saying, typically in government, we're able to look at other communities, we're able to look at numbers, we're able to do a side-by-side comparison on data. We weren't able to completely do that because a private entity doesn't have to release their overall numbers to us. I would have liked to have been able to do some better analysis and side-by-side comparisons for you, but in this particular case, just because of the nature of what it is, I think we've got good stuff for you, but I wasn't able to bring some of that stuff together, and that's just the nature of how things lay out. So, key takeaways. What do we know? Let's start off with where you're currently at as it relates to services within your community. One, I would say that Fountain Hills has a very low fire dollar loss rate, which I think is fantastic. An awful lot of communities can't say that, and I think there's a couple reasons for that, and I'll speak to those in just a moment. But your overall rate is very low. Call volume is about 4,200 calls a year. That's where you were at in 2021, and it sounds like you're going to be there just a little bit higher in 2022. I will just tell you, for your population base, that's a pretty consistent number for what we would see if we would look at any community across the country. So that doesn't surprise me in any one direction or the other. Your overall dollar loss from structure fires is very low. So you're fortunate in that you're not going to a lot of structure fires, and your overall dollar loss when you do go to a structure fire is low. It's the fires are being stopped and reducing that overall property loss to your residents. Some of the contributing factors, I think, that add to that overall analysis as to what we're seeing. I think your building and site plan reviews are ensuring that your building and your construction is as it needs to be, meeting standards. Your building and site inspections, I can't say enough as it relates to ensuring that you're getting your inspectors out there and making sure that what you think is happening is exactly what's happening. Public education activities, responsible capabilities and professionalism of your fire department staff. I will say that everyone that I interacted with at the fire department, top notch, and seem to be have a oiled machine and really understanding of the requirements for the community. And lastly, I'll just say your sprinkler and alarm ordinances. If you want to have low dollar loss, sprinkler your buildings. And you have been very proactive in making that happen. And I think all of those come together to contribute to what it is that we're seeing. From there, another key takeaway is that you have a contract with Rural Metro. And Rural Metro appears from all of the data that I was able to get my hands on, and as I indicated, there are some limitations, but from all of the data that I was able to get my hands on, it looks like Rural Metro is in full compliance with all of the obligations that are detailed in their contract. I'll click through just a couple of them. Overall response time, the contract lays out that they want to respond in less than 300 seconds. I'll show you a graph in just a second. They're completely in compliance with that. They actually exceed the standard. The standard is that the response time is going to be within 90% of the time. I will tell you, based on the numbers I looked at, they're hitting the response times within 100% of the time. So they're exceeding that. Two NFPA standards that we look at from the national perspective. When I speak about NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, it's a consensus standard building group. We look in a study like this, we look at two specific standards. We look at 1221, which is dispatch, and we look at 1910 as it relates to staffing. Neither one of those standards are addressed within the Rural Metro contract, so it's a little difficult for me to compare. But as we move into some of the further discussion, we'll look specifically at those standards because they have an impact on how services are provided in the Phoenix Valley. And I'm sure throughout the discussion you hear about things like automatic aid and the automatic aid system within the Phoenix Valley. They're going to be basing some of those on those NFPA standards. So you need to know they're there, and I'll try and explain them the best I can so you understand how to make some of your determinations. Overall response time, as I indicated just a few minutes ago, less than 300 seconds is the standard that we're after. And in 2021, the average response coming in at about 290 seconds. So they're meeting the rural metro program as it operates today, meeting those standards, and is actually below what the standard is as it relates to their overall contract. I laid out two charts here for you, the 5-minute zone and 8-minute zone, and you can see the colors as it relates to Station 1 and Station 2. If you were wondering whether or not you have your fire stations positioned correctly to be able to provide optimal response times, nice work. You got them exactly where you need to be. So you can look at the numbers there and see that's going very, very well. I will just say, as it relates to the key takeaways, overall big picture, I think Chief Ott manages the organization that he leads very, very well. And he's a humble guy, and he told me, I don't want that slide in there. That's take that out. Is he back there hiding? I'm not looking at him. I don't want the eye. But he does a very nice job, and is I will just say a true professional. And it was a pleasure to get the opportunity to work with him. Add that to the apparatus that you're operating, the equipment you have in your fire stations. You guys are in great shape. The challenge is just, what are you going to do as it relates to staffing, and what are the roles that play out there? So let's flip just a little bit, and I told you about the really positive things that I see. Let's talk about the other side of the coin, and I think in any study like this, there's pros and cons associated with it. So the trend over the last 30 years has been for municipalities or districts here in Arizona to move away from the contractual fire services that have been provided by rural metro. As it relates to those master contracts, and that's what you operate under as a master contract, there's really only two of those master contracts that are left. Carefree has a master contract, and as I understand it, based on the latest information I have, is that they're evaluating options for a potential change. I don't know that any decision has been made, but I do know they're in the process of evaluating what that might potentially look like. The last number I heard is and this may not be completely valid, because it's been a little bit since I talked to those folks, as they were going to take 18 months and take a look at the scenario. So my assessment is that that's underway, and they're evaluating what they're going to do. The other thing I think that is a little bit.
Do you mind if we ask a question?
I'm sorry.
Thank
Yes, sir.
you. Councilman?
Craig, yeah, thank you. Just wondering, when you talked to Carefree, what kind of prompted them to initiate a study, or why they're looking at options?
I think I'll cover that in my next slide. And if I don't answer it for you, we can back up, and I can make sure I can get that for you. I was just going to say the other thing that seems a little concerning to me. Rural Metro is owned by a much larger company, Global Medical Response, and they own a number of different entities, AMR being one of those as it relates to ambulance services. It appears from everything I was able to find that Global Medical Response is not, through Rural Metro, adding master contracts. So they have a lot of contracts as it relates to private industry. They have some aviation contracts, but they don't seem to be adding master contracts. So that leads me as a consultant to say, if they're not adding master contracts, is that something that is not part of their overall business plan moving forward? I don't have the answer to that because of some of the limitations of the study, but it's certainly something that's in my mind as I take a look at that. And if Carefree goes away and makes a determination whether to contract with another fire entity or whether they create their own fire department, whatever that might potentially look like, that will put Fountain Hills in a position where you're the last one. And is that positive or negative? I think it could go either way. So I think it's important to make sure that we bring that forward. To address your question, Councilmember, I would say that the conversation as I talk to the various entities, and I've talked to some of them, not all of them. I've got in that I would say over there in the bullet point box with the dates. I tried to list out from information I was able to obtain communities or fire districts that have moved away from rural metro. I would say that the primary reason that those moves were taking place is that communities were looking for local control of their fire suppression services. So that seemed to be the consistent message that I would hear as I would have those conversations as to why they moved.
Excuse
Yes,
me,
sir.
I'm sorry. We can circle back to this, but do you have any knowledge about how well they're doing? If you were doing an analysis of these cities and towns that didn't have master contracts, do you have any sense as to how they're doing, whether or not some are failing, whether or not, is there a personnel problem?
I would say for those that I know in that list, some of them were picked up and transitioned over to the city of Phoenix as an example. The biggest transfer is Scottsdale, who had been in essence the gold standard for rural metro services, and Scottsdale transitioned away from that and created their own fire department. So of the departments that I'm aware of, I believe they're doing quite well. I've not heard of, or nor did I have any conversations that I had with the various fire service entities. No one said to me, "Hey, they moved away, and it was a disaster, and they shouldn't have made that transition." So I think to answer your question the best I can without knowing specifics, I think it's going well. And I would also say that probably, in my estimation, the reason that some of these transitions are going well is because of the level of professionalism of the fire service in the Phoenix area. Phoenix area is fire service is different than an awful lot of areas throughout the U.S., and I would say if you had to pick a overall area of the country that provides outstanding services, that utilizes and meets the national standards and really takes into account what's the best practices for providing fire suppression services, the Phoenix metro area is probably got to be number one on that list. So I would say probably the reason that there aren't issues is just because of the level of professionalism that exists in this area. If you rolled that out to another part of the country, I'm not exactly sure that I could say that based on what my experience is with them.
Can I ask you a follow-up question to that?
Yes, sir.
So with all these towns and cities that left rural metro, did you find that their level of professionalism is because they took on those employees that were existing there already, or did they go out and bring in all new staff? Do you have any comment on that?
I don't know that I can speak for all of the communities. This is what I was told in my interviews. The majority, I believe that to be true when I say the majority that made a transition did their absolute best to absorb the employees that had been part of the rural metro contract into their new organization. I don't know that occurred in every instance, but from what I was told, that was an effort that was put forward. I was told repeatedly that the employees that work in these contracts that are rural metro employees are very, very quality employees, very dedicated to their communities, and that they just happen to work for a private entity comparatively to a municipality. But at no point in no conversation with any of the fire service leadership I spoke with was there any comments as it relates to, yeah, the rural metro folks are they're not up to the standard that would require. I didn't hear that at all. There was conversation about they don't go through the same fire academy that we do. They're missing some base standards educationally that we would have if they were part of the auto aid system. But the quality of the staff, I heard nothing. Yes, sir. So as indicated, primary reason, local control. That's what I heard repeatedly. The second thing I heard was the desire to be part of the automatic aid system. And that's a major issue here in the Phoenix area, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that is. Rural Metro is not able to be part of the automatic aid system, whether that be a politically driven situation where it was made a decision that Rural Metro wasn't going to be part of that. I can't speak to that. I just know that that under the standards as it relates to the regional automatic aid system right now, Rural Metro is not admitted. And I heard also the situation, and I actually pulled the section out of your contract, Article 1, Section 1.6, subsection E, that there are times that the assigned Rural Metro fire chief gets caught in the middle. It's a situation of you really can't serve two bosses well, and you've got a boss on the Rural Metro side, and you've got a town manager that you're reporting to, and sometimes the fire chief is trying to carefully navigate a very fine line there, and that can be lead to some real challenges. So if there was, I would say overall three things that I heard as to why the decisions were made to move away, that would be the three that were discussed repeatedly with the folks I talked to. So let's talk a little bit about these standards and what they are and how they apply, and do they apply, and do you care about them or do you not care about them? Where are we at? So I want to look at the NFPA standards, and I want to talk about the regional automatic aid system to try and clarify what that is. When we talk about assistance being provided to a fire department, what you'll hear on a national level is assistance falls into two categories. It's either mutual aid or it's automatic aid. Those are the two key areas. Mutual aid is not automatic. Mutual aid is, in essence, an ad hoc request for assistance. So if the town of Fountain Hills Fire Department was to respond to an incident this evening and they needed additional fire resources, they would request mutual aid. They'd call their dispatch center and say, I need an additional engine, I need additional 2 engines, I need an additional ladder, whatever those would be. That would be then routed from Rural Metro's dispatch center to the appropriate dispatch center, and then they would send the assets that would be required. The key with mutual aid is that you've got assets coming, and they're, especially here in the Phoenix area, they're going to be good. They're going to show up and they're going to do good work, and they're going to operate at a very professional level. The problem is there's a delay, and that's what automatic aid is designed to remedy. The automatic aid system here in the Phoenix Valley came about in 1976 is when it started getting put, or started to be put together. And I remember a conversation with the late Chief Alan Bernasini from Phoenix one day. He and I were talking about this very issue, and he said, our position was just send the closest asset. We're not interested in what the name is on the door. We're not interested in any of the specifics as to, what color the fire truck is or what hose load they have on the back of it. Send the closest asset. And that was the building block in which the automatic aid system was built. I will say to you, I come from the Chicago metro area, and we operate under what we call the MABUS system, mutual aid box alarm system. It is built off of the automatic aid system that exists here in the Phoenix area. I will tell you, as good as, I mean, they may take away my Chicago metro, ID card after I make this statement, but as good as we think our system is, it pales in comparison to the automatic aid system that's in this area. The true gold standard of how you do this is right here. And so a lot of communities, when they looked at this issue of do we leave the contract relationship and go to creating our own organization or marrying in and doing a contract with another municipal entity, a lot of it was driven by this automatic aid system and what it does. Couple key aspects you need to understand about the automatic aid system. One, it's a shared communication system, so there's no transfer of calls back and forth. That's going to speed up the overall process and aligns with one of those NFPA standards. The thought process is that any asset that is owned by one of the member agencies, in essence, becomes the asset of every other community, which is a major helpful component when you look at really technical and expensive things like hazmat teams and technical rescue teams and swift water and mountain search and rescue and things like that. You rely on each other, and that's able to bring a high level of service and quality to your communities without you having to have those teams on your own, which is beneficial. Yes, sir.
What's the prevalence of the automatic aid systems in this metropolitan area? In other words, do all the communities belong to that? In other words, if you don't have that many belonging to it, it doesn't do you any good.
I would say, I don't have the specific number off the top of my head. I would say that it's almost 100%. It's not. There are a couple communities that are outside. I'd have to pull my map out and be able to count them for you. There's not many. Almost everybody is within the auto aid system. A couple other hallmarks, I believe, of the system is shared standard operating procedures. Everybody plays off the same sheet of music, everybody plays off the same rules. They're trained to those minimum standards, and they continue to train throughout on those minimum standards. One of the I guess as one of the most discussed topics within the standard is this compliance with NFPA 1710. And NFPA 1710 is a standard as it relates to staffing and deployment. How many folks do you need based on what it is that you're going to go to? And the auto aid communities have set a standard of you need to have 4-person companies. So an engine company is going to have four personnel on it. Ladder company is going to have 4 personnel on it. And the theory behind that is that when those companies pull up on the scene, regardless of whether it's a Scottsdale unit, a Fountain Hills unit, a Phoenix unit, a Tempe unit, an engine is an engine, a ladder is a ladder, and you can, when you put your personnel to work, they're all trained to the exact same standard, and there's going to be the same number of folks on board to go about doing the job. That's one of the challenges as it relates to the conversation and that is in front of you, is that under the rural metro contract, you're not running 4-person staffing. You're running 3 personnel per engine, 3 personnel per ladder, comparatively to the 4 that's required under the auto aid system. And any conversion, and you'll see some numbers shortly, any conversion that you would want to make where you would be part of auto aid, you would need to bring your staffing up to that level, which is going to have an increased cost associated with that. Well, and we'll try and show you some of those numbers.
Craig?
Yes, sir.
So I was told today that, and maybe it's a different configuration, but that we're running one station 3 and another station 5. so it equals 8, but it's just a little different configuration?
Well, as I understand, what you've got going on is you've got 3 on the engine at one station, you've got 3 on the engine at the other station, and then you've got 2 on your ladder tender. So if you would shut down your ladder tender and you put 4 on your engines, well, then you would meet the auto aid, or I should say, you would meet your 4-person standard. That's not going to get you an auto aid, as I understand it, because rural metro is not allowed to enter into that. But I think that adds up to the numbers that you were just speaking of.
I would agree that was my understanding, was that we were considered 4-person staffing, so we might have to look a little bit more into that.
Yeah, how they're moved around and deployed once you get them in the fire station, that would be Chief Ott's area of expertise, and I'm certain would be able to give you the specifics on all of that. So let's look at the 2 NFPA standards. Does auto aid make sense to you? All right, let's look at the.
Does it make sense? I just wanted to bring up the mutual aid and that aspect of it, that recently the city of Scottsdale decided not to have mutual aid anymore with rural metro, and Scottsdale's pretty close to us, so I think that was something that affected us.
I think you're right, Mayor. It had occurred as I was working on the project and meeting with the chief of Scottsdale. The decision had made for Scottsdale to end mutual aid response with rural metro. Certainly, they have that. That's well within their purview to do that, which then puts you in a situation of, if you call for mutual aid from Scottsdale, under the standard that was adopted, they're going to turn down that response for mutual aid. Now, whether that occurs or whether that doesn't occur, and what's on fire, and is there life safety involved, all of that stuff is probably going to get figured out in the heat of the moment, and they're going to respond. But by what was adopted at the request of Chief Shannon by the city of Scottsdale, is that they would end that contract with rural metro, which then puts you in a position of your mutual aid assets that are coming to you are rural metro assets from a distance. And I've got some numbers to show you on that here in a second. Yeah, I think when you look at the NFPA 1710, which is probably the best analysis as to what you actually need to deploy at an incident scene based on a type of structure, you're going to have a tough time amassing those numbers based on not being able to get folks through mutual aid. So, I'll take you through that. And I've got it broken out, so I'll try and show you exactly, and hopefully I can help, or we can try and manage that a little bit.
Chief, let me ask you, is the Fort McDowell Fire Department and the Rio Tano Verde Fire Department, are they a part of mutual aid, or are they a part of the?
I believe both of those are mutual aid, but when I flip over, I've got them detailed in my chart, so it'll help me remember both of them.
Because I was under the impression we get a lot of help from both of those agencies. We don't get anything from Scottsdale.
Nothing from, under the new standard, Scottsdale's not going to send you anything.
I thought before they really didn't send us much.
I can't speak to that.
We
I
didn't
don't
take
know.
advantage, but we had a incident recently. You're right. We don't really take advantage of it too often, but we had a rescue where at the sanitary district, actually there was somebody that fell in to one of those I don't know what you call it, silos or whatever there. And we didn't have the proper equipment or rescue staff, and so we were able to pull them in. Now, that was while we were still having mutual aid with between rural metro and Scottsdale. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't happen, but it does happen on occasion. I believe, for instance, when we had like major events here in town, like when we had the Trump rally several years ago, we had a lot of regional assistance here, both with police and fire. And so Scottsdale actually was involved in helping with that as well.
I had another point too. Your earlier slides with the low dollar loss you know, I know that's a high percentage of all our incident calls are EMS or, you know, lower, you know, versus, you know, actual fire. So, I mean, I'm sure I know Chief Ott has the number, but I'm just wondering in general, I mean, it's got to be 80-20 or even higher, like 90-10, I would guess.
My understanding, it's between 85 and 90%, depending on season. Is that right, Chief? As far as emergency, medical to actual fire? Okay.
You know, so I'm just wondering in light of that, when you do this analysis in terms of meeting this NFPA standard for fire service, if that, you know, is that taken into account the EMS side, or the standards different for each side? I mean, just.
It's a little bit different. And I didn't analyze your EMS side. That wasn't part of what we were asked to do. I will tell you that nationally, someplace between 70 and 75% of fire departments to provide any type of EMS service. That's 70 to 75% of what they're doing is going to be EMS in nature. You guys are a little bit higher than that, simply based on the makeup of your community. And but then, you know, the EMS aspect of it becomes a double-edged sword. You have the majority of your work is EMS related, but when you're using a rescue where you've got cross-trained dual role folks where they're firefighter paramedics, if those folks are managing an EMS call, they're not available when you need them on the fire call. So it ends up reducing your overall numbers of available firefighters to respond. So it bolsters in some ways, and yet in some ways it can be a challenge for us as we're rolling out those dual role scenarios.
I mean, I guess I'm wondering, I mean, there's obviously an issue to be made for planning and the worst case scenarios and all these weird incidents that we need, you know, technical support on in terms of rescue and water and, you know, this and that versus just meeting the needs of our community in terms of our makeup and the percentage of calls, just there's the four engine versus three and really what our needs are versus, you know, doomsday scenario. I mean, if Target Center was on fire, I mean, I think we'd get a lot of help. And, we're not going to have 26 guys on that scene from Fountain Hills, but yet we're going to meet the need, I would think. So, I get kind of caught up between planning for worst case versus planning for what we need.
Well, I think your thinking is headed in the right direction. If you look at what are the key takeaways from the analysis that relates to the services that are being provided to your community, you're doing pretty good. And the model that you've got seems to be keeping those overall numbers low. From the overall complete analysis, if I'm looking at it from what's the national standards say, or what do you need to be able to amass in the event that your folks are going to go to work at a residential structure fire, as an example, your numbers aren't there. You're below that, and because you don't have mutual aid and you're going to have to pull your resources from further away, it's going to be delayed in being able to get them there. So when I look at it, I've tried to look at it as neutral as I can to be able to say, what are you currently seeing? What are the services that are being provided? Are they doing a good job for you? I think the answer is yes. Do they meet the national standards? Do they come into alignment with the number of folks that you're going to need for even a residential structure fire? No. So you've got, it's balancing that out. And I think that's where I've tried to bring you some options to say, and you're not in a crisis situation to say, here, board, take a look and see, here's the information. Take a look and make some decisions as to what you think is going to be best for your community. And not necessarily just jump on what everybody else does.
The PA standard, 1710 standard, though, includes emergency medical operations, so it's not just about fire, correct?
It does, and I can talk a little bit about some of the specifics on EMS and how we operate today. So let me take you through these to make sure that we understand them just a little bit, and then Mayor, if you would, make sure I focus on that EMS. Don't let me sidetrack that, and because I think we operate a little bit differently today than what we did in just a few years ago, which I think is important for the board to know.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
So we're not meeting that standard right now, and we have a formula that works for us. Why would we want to increase the cost if we've got a formula that works? I know the national standards, which we don't qualify for now anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I saw on one of your other slides bringing on additional manpower was one of the solutions. But if it works for us and we don't have a problem, why would we want to try and meet something we're not qualified for right now anyway?
I think that's the discussion for the board to look at. That's the analysis that we tried to provide, is to say, where are you currently at? What do your numbers look like? What's the data say? And then what are the national standards? And I think the conversation is, and the decision comes from the board, is to say, where do we want to be on this? And
what's the penalty if we don't meet the national standard? I mean, we don't have one now, right? Yeah.
There is no NFPA police out there that is going to come and do something horrible to you because you don't meet a standard. That doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, excuse me. How does that affect the firefighters
I would say
who are
that
dealing with less?
I would say that the biggest challenge as it relates to your personnel by operating with a minimal standard is you're increasing the risk to them. Yeah. So, yes, ma'am. Okay, so let's look at NFPA 1221. That's in essence your dispatch standard. And then we'll look at NFPA 1710, which is your staffing standard. Your dispatching standard, the functionality that we're ultimately after is that 90% of the time, the standard is that you're going to answer the dispatch center is going to answer the 911 call within 15 seconds, 90% of the time. And then once the call is answered, it's going to be pushed out, dispatched in essence, notification to the responding entities within a 60-minute or a 60-second window. So 15 seconds to get the call, 60 seconds to push it out. With the regional automatic aid system and a centralized dispatch, that takes place. The call is going to come in and it's going to get processed and it's going to get pushed out. Under the standard that you currently have with rural metro, within the rural metro contract, they're going to meet that standard. And it says right in the contract, they're going to meet that standard. Now, I wasn't able, because of the limitations, to actually get those numbers to see how they comply, but they in the contract say that they're going to meet those standards as soon as they receive the transfer from whoever picked up the 911 call. So you've got a built-in delay, but what that delay is and the length of that, I couldn't tell you. But I can tell you that Rural Metro's dispatch center is set up to operate so that as soon as they get the call coming into them, as soon as it's transferred in, they're going to process it to meet the 1221 standard. You know, we've talked through that. Let's move over to 1710 for a second. The 1710 standard is based on job tasks. And when you read the standard, it has single-family dwellings, it's got open-air strip malls, it's got commercial properties, it's got apartments, it's got high-rises. What I did is I evaluated your community. I went into the NFPA standard and I pulled out those that are applicable to you. Because it doesn't make any sense for us to try and do an evaluation of your needs based on an NFPA standard for things that you're not ever going to go to. So the two areas that I focused on is the single-family dwelling, 2,000 square foot structures, and the tasks or roles. You can see in that description there the specific number of personnel that are assigned for particular roles, and the number is for a single-family dwelling. The NFPA standard says we need to amass 16 folks on scene within a very specific time frame, and I'll show you that in a second. The other one I pulled out that focuses on this community is open-air strip shopping and apartment buildings, and specifically three-story garden apartments, things like that. So those are things that you have here. And for that particular type of structure, the numbers as it relates to the standard is being able to amass 27 personnel within a specific time frame standard. So the rest of them I didn't worry about because they're just not applicable to you guys.
Question?
Yes.
Did you say that the 16 is based upon how many square feet?
2,000 square feet.
A home that's 2,000 square feet.
I'm sorry, that's not correct. What I'm saying to you, 2,000 square feet. It's a single family residence in that 3-bedroom, 2-bath kind of configuration that most of your communities are going to see.
But what if we have a number of homes that are much larger than that? You can go 3,000, 4,000, 8,000. I mean, there are some big homes here. How does that affect the staff?
The bigger you get, you're heading more toward a commercial type building for your overall staffing numbers. In essence, the bigger, the more players you need to be able to effectively manage the incidents.
So how do you prepare for something like that? Mutual aid would be one way.
Mutual aid, automatic aid is going to be your key. What a lot of communities will do that we talk to, if they've got large residential structures like what you have, is that they'll increase the response into targeted areas of the amount of assets that are coming right away based on their automatic aid system. So if you get 2 engines on a ladder, if you've got large residential pieces of property that you need to protect, maybe they'll give you 3 engines and 2 ladders. So they'll make that modification based on what it is they've got specific for their community.
When it's called in, how does the dispatcher know how many square feet it is and how many personnel?
They don't. So when you build out your response models, your local fire chief will say, within this geographical area of my community, I have structures that are much larger. They're pushing up against what I would see in a commercial square footage. So what I'm going to do is any response into this geographical area, and it gets plugged into your computer-aided dispatch system, I'm going to increase the overall assets that are going to respond into that. So it's not a situation where the dispatcher is making the decision on the fly. It's pre-programmed from leadership of your organization into the computer-aided dispatch systems.
Sounds like you're making a strong case for the computer-aided system, because otherwise, under our system, what do we do when a 6,000, 7,000 square foot home is in flames? How would we normally handle that?
Your personnel that are on duty and your command staff that's coming in from home, they know the areas of your community. They know the target hazards in your community. I talked to them. They got it. They know where they're going. They would simply pick up the radio and say, I need 2 additional assets, or I need 3 additional assets. And if they're getting good information that they've actually got a fire or a major incident, they'd get those assets on the road pretty quickly to you. But it's not going to be an automatic scenario. It's going to be a manual scenario based on your on-duty folks' decision-making process.
And that can make a big difference in timing.
It's going to make a difference in timing. What that number is and how quickly that's going to occur, it's going to vary, I think, from officer to officer in your leadership positions on your apparatus and knowing where it is that they're going.
Okay, thank you.
So if we look at that, if we try and break that down a little bit as it relates to that time component, which is one of the major issues as it relates to the NFPA standard, your first engine company should arrive within 240 seconds or 4 minutes, 90% of the time. No problem, you guys are there. Your second engine company arrive within 360 seconds or 6 minutes, 90% of the time. No problem, you're there, you meet that. Your full initial alarm assignment. So for that residential structure we just talked about, that 16, the standard says that you need to have those 16 personnel on scene within 10 minutes and 10 seconds, or 610 seconds, 90% of the time. With not having auto aid and with the mutual aid challenges that exist, you're not going to meet that. You're not going to get them here that quickly. That's just what it boils down to.
The other thing to remember is, even though we don't know the amount, the time from dispatch to arrival, but when it comes to that there's a little gap until they get to that.
Absolutely there is, yes. So when I tried to look at this, and I referenced that I got a chart that kind of breaks down your numbers and where your folks are coming from, this was not easy to figure out. And so what I did is I went in and I looked at all of the stations that are near to you, and the colors. I used the gold colored color that you see up there. Those are the ones that are part of the regional automatic aid system. So Scottsdale is all listed out in that gold color. For your mutual aid, Fort McDowell, Rio Verde, Salt River stations, they're in more of the gray so that they're easily identified. And then the rural metro is that bolder green color. I tried to match up with the color of their fire trucks, but that's what made sense in my mind, but I don't know if it does for anybody else. But what I did is I went in and I looked at all of those fire stations, and then I mapped, using the computer, I mapped their miles, and then I mapped travel distance. And since, depending on where the incident would be in the town, it would be impossible with me if I didn't run, 40 different scenarios. So what I actually used is I used this address as the location in which I wanted to bring them to as my calculator. So what you see is, if we've got Fort McDowell coming, they're coming 4.5 miles as an example. The response time is going to be about 9 minutes getting in here to you. And remember, there's going to be a built-in delay through the dispatch centers as that gets transferred out. I put in Scottsdale. I couldn't not, even though they're saying they're not coming, I couldn't not put their numbers in there. So station 607, 606 are the two closest, and you can see those minute configurations that it would take for them to respond in. Any way you cut this, with mutual aid being out of the picture, and then applying the overall national standard to it, your time frame is just going to be it's going to be greater than what the standard rolls out to be. So those are the things that I had to compare it overall to. So I think the key takeaways under this entire thing, the intent of NFPA 1221, which is the dispatch standard, is not being met due to the call transfer requirements between the dispatch centers. I think, based on what I know, what I heard as I was wandering around, I think rural metro is getting them pushed out the door as soon as they're getting the call, which is excellent. It's just that transfer piece that I wasn't able to figure out, and I don't know what that is. Two, under the current response model employed by rural metro, NFPA 1710 is not being met related to response times and staffing standards, and we've talked about that extensively. If the town discontinues the contract with rural metro and work to comply with standards required of the regional automatic aid system, the system would help or allow the town to meet the NFPA 1221 because of the regional dispatch, as well as 1710 standards. Now, I will say to you, you have a couple like all of our communities. So don't hear me and go, oh, means we got to build another fire station. That is not what I'm saying to you. But in any community, just based on roadways and hills and things like that, you're going to have areas of your community that, if you said, I want to be 100% compliant with an NFPA standard, you're never going to get there unless you have way more assets than what you have. Every community that I'm aware of is always going to have little pockets where it's not going to be there. So for me to say to you, hey, join Auto Aid and it's going to get you 100% compliance, it would be wrong for me to say that. It's going to get you close, but it's not going to get you 100%.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Did you analyze what would happen if there were two fires at the same time? One on one side of town, one on another side of town. Doesn't that throw your numbers out the window?
Yes. Absolutely, it's going to throw your numbers out. I didn't analyze that. I can tell you how that would be managed if you're part of Auto Aid, and I can tell you how it would be managed if you're part of, or I think I can tell you how it'll be managed as using mutual aid. Under Auto Aid, they'd be like, okay, I got another address. I don't care about jurisdictional boundaries. I don't care what the side of the rig says. I'm just going to send that. If it's 2 engines and a ladder and a chief that's going to the first fire, I'm going to get 2 engines, a ladder, and a chief going to the second fire, regardless of what the name is on the side of the truck. And it's going to happen through the computer-aided dispatch system right away. Under the mutual aid system, and I believe this to be correct, is that whoever the command officer is from Fountain Hills would say, hey, I got a second structure fire. Go ahead and get me 2 engines and a ladder. And then dispatch would say, okay, where's my closest 2 engines? Where's my closest ladder? They're going to reach out to those dispatch centers and get them on the road. So you're going to get the assets, and they're going to come. And based on the quality that you've got in an area, they're going to show up and do a nice job. There's going to be a delay. There's just no way to get around that.
Isn't the other part of that with mutual versus auto is that auto, they have to treat you like as if you're one of them, whoever them are. And with mutual, you're actually asking for something, and if there was something else going on, then they could make you go to the next or to the next. So it's not like you're part of it if it's mutual as much as it is if you're auto.
That is true, but I will also add to that sometimes your closest auto aid asset is on another call. And so you're not, it's going to be, hey, you're not getting that guy. You're going to get a guy from someplace else. So it rolls both directions there, based on availability and response. The automatic aid is just what the name says. It's automatic, and it occurs. And I think that's the real key difference between an automatic aid response and a mutual aid. So all of that said, I think you got 6 options. And this is where it comes down to is the discussion as to what lays out for the best for the town and what it is the town wants to do. And Melena and I'll walk you through the specifics of these. One is status quo. You can continue to do what it is that you're doing, and you saw your numbers. So what you're doing seems to be working quite effectively. The first option, or I call it option 1, is create a Fountain Hills Municipal Fire Department. And if you're going to create your own fire department, which was one of the things that we were asked to look at, you can either say we're going to meet NFPA 1710 staffing, or we can create a Fountain Hills Fire Department that is not going to meet NFPA 1710 staffing. That would be your call if you decided to do that. If you decide, I'm going to create my own fire department, municipal fire department, but we don't want to meet NFPA staffing, you're not going to get into auto aid because you've got to have some minimum standards to be able to get into the regional automatic aid system. Option 2 is to create a municipal fire department that is compliant in staffing and response times, and that'll let you into the automatic aid. Now remember, with each one of these, you're hiring folks, so your overall costs are going up. Option 3 is to discontinue the contract with Rural Metro and enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Scottsdale to provide personnel. And the way I look at that would be you're simply making a trade. So you would be taking Rural Metro folks off of your rigs, and you would enter into an IGA with Scottsdale that you'd put Scottsdale folks on your rigs. The only caveat to that would be Scottsdale's not going to play unless you comply with auto aid. Okay? The fourth option that we looked at is to enter into an IGA to merge Fountain Hills Fire Services into the city of Scottsdale. So in essence, you guys had stopped being providers at all of fire suppression. You, in essence, give it to Scottsdale and you write them a check for whatever it is they tell you that it's going to cost on an annual basis. So there'd be an option for you to take a look at. The fifth option that I was able to take a look at would be to consolidate into the Rio Verde Fire District. They're the closest fire protection district to you. And so you could go to their board and ask them to absorb the Fountain Hills area into their fire protection district. I had a conversation with their fire chief about that very option. He said he doesn't think that the board would want to do that, but it would be remiss on my part if I didn't say, well, that's an option for you to take a look at, and the two political entities could have some conversations as it relates to that. And then option 6 would be to request proposals from other providers that are similar to Rural Metro. There are a couple of them out there across the country. I don't know any of them super well to be able to say one's going to do this and one's going to do something different. I just know there are some options that exist. So when we did our analysis, we tried to look big picture. What are all of the options and bring those forward to you. We costed out options 1 through 4. We didn't cost out 5 and 6, but I give you those so that you know that they exist. So yes, Mayor.
With the Rio Verde one, we'd have a property tax, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
So yeah, there'd be a property tax that Rio Verde Fire Protection District would assess against properties within Fountain Hills for fire suppression.
I have a question, please. In your options that you went through, it's a little complicated, but if you, option 1, you create a Fountain Hills Municipal Fire Department and we use the current staffing, eventually that's going to roll over into option number 2, because we're going to have a lot more homes and things built here, growth, et cetera. And if we're going to be in compliance with the automatic aid system, we're going to eventually have to come up to that, correct?
If you're going to come into compliance with auto aid, and it's important for you to be part of auto aid, if that's what the council decides, you're ultimately going to end up in that situation, just as you outlined, yes.
And in doing this, do we keep the current employees? Or, I mean, I guess my question is about the employees and how it's going to adversely affect them as well, included in these options.
I don't know that I can speak to that specifically.
Okay.
And I don't think it would necessarily be appropriate for me to speak to that.
Okay.
I will say that my understanding when the majority of the other communities, and I believe this to be true, maybe I'm not complete on this, but I believe this to be true, when the majority of the other communities made the decision to move away from Rural Metro and create their own municipal departments, it's my understanding that the vast majority of those Rural Metro employees were pulled into employment of the new employer. That's what I believe to be fact.
And in doing that, we would have more control of our fire department versus if we merged with Scottsdale. I mean, it would be like we would relinquish any control. as well as the current employees and other
I
things.
think you've hit it right on the head. Yes, ma'am.
And it's not that much of a cost savings, is it?
Well, we'll take you through this, but then on page, I wrote it on my hand here, page 37. On page 37, you've got a side-by-side. And you can see it exactly, and we can kind of dig into some of those. You got it. That's the one. That's the one that makes the most sense to me, where I can see them side by side.
With the options that you put in front of us, other than increased costs for staffing, do any of the options require additional costs?
Yes. Staffing is going to be a key. You're going to have to make some modifications as it relates to some support staff, as it relates to like HR and finance and administrative assistants and things like that rural Metro currently provides to you as part of your contract. And then you have to pay for dispatch, which is not cheap. But you'd have to pay for the one of the regional dispatch centers. In the numbers that we've got, we've tried to build all of that in, so you can, that page 37 that you just waved at me, it's to the best of our knowledge at the moment, in kind of the crazy economy we've got going on, we think it's all in there. We did our best to get it in there.
Okay. Also, I forgot to ask, we're currently, as you say, in a contract with Rural Metro.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you unwind that? I mean, what would be the time constraints? Do you think, do you get a sense that they'd be willing, or do you get a sense they're going to eventually dump us, or what?
Well, I will.
Your crystal ball is needed.
One, I don't think they would necessarily be in favor of saying, I think you guys should create your own fire department and end the contract with us. I don't think from a business perspective that's where they're at. Two, I can only go back to the decision that they ended the contract with Scottsdale and put them in a difficult position. But I will also say I've not had any conversations in any of the research that we put into this where anyone from Rural Metro said, yeah, we'll just shut this down and end this contract. So I don't think you're in an emergency. I don't think you're in a panic scenario. I think you got time to really evaluate what you want to do. Okay. And not to mention the fact you got pretty good services right now. And so take your time and digest this would be my recommendation, and say, okay, let's see what's going to really be best for our community, and then make some decisions from there.
Do you know how long the contract is left, or any, you know?
Oh, I don't know how long is left on the contract. I do know the notice period, but I don't know how long is
23.
left.
We've got some time left, quite a bit. Okay. We just basically did a re-upped it a few years ago, so it's I believe we have 5 or more years left.
Well, it was a 5-year contract in 17 to 18, so it's going to end 22 to 23, but then we can renew for 2 years. So we have at least until June. Okay. But we're supposed to have a year notice too if we do anything. Okay.
So Mayor, you're saying there's a two-year renewal period following, if we decide.
But the 5 years is up
Got it.
22, 23, I think, yeah.
The language that is in your contract, if I remember correctly, is that you need to give Rural Metro 1 year notice if you're going to end it.
Right.
They have to give you 2 years notice if they're going to end it. I believe is what the contract says.
It does.
So,
Vice Mayor?
when we come up to expiration, they might be giving us notice. 2 years or whatever.
Yeah,
You never know, right? Because they're not, you're saying that they're not.
I can't speak to that either way. I just
I
know
know,
I've not,
but they're
nobody
not
has said that to
adding
me.
master contracts, so, I mean, it's really something we do have to look at.
I think you need to look at it.
Yeah.
I think the council was very wise to look at this and analyze this. And I think you were very wise to get ahead of it before you might potentially have a problem. Because you don't have one right now. You've got time. If you were to create your own fire department, if you started today, I bet you're 2 years before
Right.
you'd get it.
Transition
Before you'd get
time.
it and built and transitioned and I mean, it's
Trained
not
and
just
everything.
we flip the switch and all of a sudden
Right.
we're off and running.
Right.
So taking a look at it now, trying to figure out what's best, I think is very wise.
Okay, thank you.
Couple of points. In none of your examples did you include the use of volunteer firefighters. I came from a town where we were 100% volunteer, and it worked extremely well. So I'd like to see something or some thoughts on what that would do for manpower to help us get to the next level. And I'm thinking, could we not combine some of our training efforts with Scottsdale and maybe some of the other fire departments around here? Maybe we have an IGA that allows us to train our firefighters with them. That's a second thing. And then the third thing for HR and administrative staff, maybe some of that we can do in-house now with our current staff. It's a possibility, I guess. You mentioned that rural Metro's handling most of that now.
Melena can speak to the specifics on the HR issue.
So I'm wondering if there might be some duplication if we make them town employees anyway, that we can handle right through our resources that we have on staff right now.
Yeah, I'll let Melena speak to that HR issue. And I think we've got that coming up in one of our options here as we delve down into it a little bit. So I would ask if I could pause on that one for just a minute. As it relates to relationships with the neighbors, as it relates to training and things like that, there very well may be options, and that would need to be reach out and see what it is that you can do. There may be options. I didn't look at that. So I don't want to overstretch what it is that I'm saying. I did, after our conversation, I did look at the volunteer component of it. Two things and the reason that I didn't pull any volunteer component into this aspect of it. One, volunteer fire services is struggling today. Is just it's a real challenge, and keep in mind that there's about 1.3 million firefighters in the U.S. 2/3 of those are volunteers. I'm not sure 5 years from now what that number is going to look like, because the volunteer ranks are really struggling to be able to get volunteers, bring them in, and meet the overall training standards that are required to be able to function effectively. Glen Ellen, the community you and I spoke about, have tremendous respect for that organization, and they've been doing it for a long time and seem to be meeting. They seem to, well, as of Friday, when I spoke to Chief Clark, they're doing a pretty nice job and still meeting the standards, but they're beginning to struggle. So I didn't build in a volunteer component, just because I think you'd have some challenges in making that work. Even though you have a good volunteer base here in the community, probably better than most communities, I think you'd have a little bit of trouble there. And two, I didn't look at the volunteer component, because if you want to bring them in and increase your overall staffing on the apparatus, which would be fantastic, I'm not sure auto aid would count it and let you in, even if those volunteers were part of your overall municipal fire department conversion. And I didn't specifically ask that question, but my gut tells me they probably wouldn't.
I'm familiar with the vice mayor's concept of volunteer fire departments, but what I've seen and what you typically see is that the EMT or the paramedics are usually professional, and then the fire part of it are the volunteers. And so, and even then, they usually typically pay a stipend. It may not be true volunteer. So it is very challenging to be able to staff that up. And then also going from, because the community I worked in previously as a manager, we were looking at that. We had a community next door that was bigger and larger, and they were volunteer. And we had been for like 30 years, we had professional. But our residents, they were not happy about the discussion, even looking at it, because they felt like they were getting a high level of service and they were willing to pay for it. And so it's something we would have to be very careful and cautious about. Plus, in the valley here, we just don't really have, volunteers typically doing that. So it's the model in this particular region that doesn't necessarily exist. It's not to say it couldn't, but I think it'd be very challenging. And then we also have a community, an aging community. And so I think that's another thing that we're facing as well.
Yeah, I think that firefighting and police work is a young man's game, and not to cast any dispersions on any resident, but I think the majority of the residents have probably passed their prime in firefighting age and requirements. So I don't think that, yeah, and I'm looking at the two guys with their uniforms on in the back, too. And that includes them also. So that's why you're chiefs, and you're not dragging a hose off a truck. So I think that train left the station. It's a great idea. I'm all about saving money, but I don't foresee manning the community center and telling people what room to go to is a little different than getting on a hook and ladder. So
I'll just move to the next slide. So what we've got, and don't get wrapped up in looking at these little numbers. The side by side is what we want to see. I did, looking at the status quo, Melanie and I, we know that you've got to build in 3% multiplier. That's all. I just took a 3% multiplier and ran it straight across. So you can see in, well, I can't see it, but in 32, 33 is going to cost, keep doing what you're doing, you're going to be about $5.6 million. So that's how that lays out. These other ones get a little bit more complicated. When you get into option one, we tried to build it out on a 10-year projection as indicated, but you're losing some stuff when you decide you're going to create your own and go away from rural metro. They've got resources they're giving you that you don't maybe necessarily know you got. So let's those numbers have got to be plugged in there. So the option one is you create a municipal department and you don't mess with the NFPA staffing. We're projecting that you're going to need 34 full-time employees to make that happen, which would be your fire chief, your fire marshal. You need an administrative assistant over there at the firehouse. I plugged in, Rural Metro does the training for you up to at least the base training. So I plugged in a training officer for you that you're going to need to keep your people where they need to be, and then your captains, engineers, and firefighter paramedics. So that gets you to 34. One of the things that becomes a real challenge when we start to take a look at this is that you don't have a backfill pool, and you're going to have to create a backfill pool. Now, what I mean by that is today, and as I understand the scenario, is that if you have a firefighter off on vacation, you have a minimum set standard of how many folks you've got to have on duty here. If you have a firefighter that's off on vacation, Rural Metro from their, I'm just going to call it a replacement pool. I'm sure it's got some fancier name than that, but I'm going to call it a replacement pool. They'll give you one of their personnel that'll be detailed here to Fountain Hills to be able to backfill that position and ensure that you're going to be at the appropriate staffing level. Did I get that right?
Yeah, no fancy name.
There's no fancy name other than replacement pool?
No fancy name.
No. Okay. If you got somebody that calls in sick, same scenario. If you do away with those guys, you have to have your own replacements or you're going to be paying overtime. So based on my calculations as it relates to how many folks are you going to need to have, you're going to need 2 replacements per shift to be able to run your minimum staffing level that you've got. So if I want to have 2 3-person engines and a 2-person rescue and a 2-person ladder tender, you're going to need 2 additional staff per 24-hour shift. So as you got 2 folks off that are on some type of leave, these folks are going to fill in and backfill to ensure that you're going to maintain your minimum staffing. Yes, sir.
Isn't that pool disappearing, though? Where are they pulling these people from if everybody's leaving them?
I don't have any answer to that. I know that pool of those personnel are where the replacements come in to fill your vacation and leave time and sick leave now. I know there's some overtime plugged in there, and if you can't get backfill staff, you're gonna have to pay overtime for it. And I know that they're doing some of that stuff as well, just as you would in the event that you don't have enough backfill to be able to cover the vacancies. But just based on numbers, you're going to need 6 additional. I can just tell you that 100% for sure. And then there's going to be some additional administrative aspects of the organization that you're going to need to do to be able to handle these new employees in the fire department that you've got. So what I'm going to do, I've talked to you a lot. I'm going to go over here and sit down, and I'm going to hand it to Milena, and she's going to tell you about those other areas that you need to have, and then we can start breaking down some of the numbers for you. You ready?
Thinking you're going to need a break here pretty soon. All right.
They don't ask hard questions.
No, not at all. You guys have been taking it easy on them tonight. So probably there's no, most of you are probably wondering, okay, well, why did we have HR involved in this process, right? But at the end of the day, you have your building, right? You have your brick and mortar, you have your apparatus, but what we have to talk about now is that which is going to be a little bit more fluid in the discussion, and that's going to be your human capital. Because you cannot be providing these programs and services if you don't have the employees to be able to do that. And so what we did was we took a look at I call it the life cycle of the employee, okay? So from the time that you are applying to the time that an individual is leaving employment, what are all of those financial needs that the town has to consider? And the very first thing that came to mind, or not the very first thing, but one of the, initially in having conversations with your administration was, how is the town currently set up in terms of administration? Because what we're talking about here is if there's going to be any possibility that you are going to create your own municipal department, we're now suddenly talking about that you're going to be bringing on 30 plus new employees, and is your internal services set up to be able to take on this responsibility? So one of the areas that I started taking a look at is, how are you handling your human resources? How are you handling your payroll? How are you handling your recruitment? And what type of IT services? So how are you going to, as a town, internally support the fire department? Because right now, all of that is being done through rural metro. So what you have right now, you're a small organization, you have about 80 employees. And in the world of HR, what we take a look at, there's a standard that we use, and it's 1.4 HR professionals to about every 100 employees. I do not care if those employees are part-time, full-time, or seasonal, because if you ask any HR person, they will tell you that that they take up equal amount of work. And so what you have right now at the town, or at least at the time that we were developing these numbers, is you have an administrative services manager who he is the individual that is doing your HR along with he has other responsibilities. And so if you're going to be bringing on 30-some plus individuals to start your own department, you're going to need to have some additional support. You're going to need to have a dedicated HR individual for the town. And there could be discussions about whether or not the employees from rural metro are going to come work for the town of Fountain Hills, but there's absolutely no guarantee that that's going to happen. And given what the turnover is right now in public sector, and I can rattle off all of the statistics for you, that you have your tenure within an organization on average nationally is about 6.5 years and declining, and you have 1 in 5 public sector employees who've just said that I've had enough because of one reason or another. They're just simply walking away from municipal government, and because of that, you are always going to have turnover, and you're going to be constantly filling those positions. And so because of it, you will need to have you are going to need to have some additional HR support. There's more involved with it than just simply placing your ads. There is a level of complexity that comes with the fire service. And, all the way from how are you going to do payroll, because these are 24-hour shifts. These are not 8-hour shifts Monday through Friday. And so your payroll setup is completely different. Your benefit structure is going to have to be different. And in reality, your neighbors are somewhat, they're under collective bargaining agreements. And so they're, whether or not that were to occur here at the town of Fountain Hills, there's going to be additional HR items that you're going to have to consider. So within the recommendations, I do have one HR generalist that has been included to help with not only the fire department, but probably once you start adding those additional personnel to the town, overall, you're probably going to find that just the town in general is going to need that extra support. The other area that I took a look at then is your IT services, because at the time you have a 0.5, and I do believe that there was some discussion about whether or not the position might become full-time. But given that you're going to have that additional number of users, you're going to have new software systems and then continued maintenance of effort, the organization is likely going to need some additional IT resources, and so we built into that an additional 0.5 FTE so that you have a total of, I think you would have then 2 IT individuals within the town. The last item is the administrative support for the department. Again, these are the areas that you don't even know are happening because Rural Metro is providing all of that administrative assistance. There is a lot of documentation that has to be had on training and schedules and time off and reports that have to be run. And so it is not uncommon that an organization, a department of that size is going to need to have a full-time administrative assistant. All right. Some other items that we talked about here that Craig had initially talked about is the training officer position. And this goes to when we start talking about there was some discussion of, can we do training? Can we share in some of those opportunities? Well, in the world of fire, and I'm not a fire person, I'm an HR person, okay? So you don't ask me about hoses or anything like that. I wouldn't be able to answer any of those questions. But having a training officer to make sure that all of the education and the ongoing training for your department is going to be a necessity. So that was also built in. Craig might have some additional information on that when he gets back up to the podium. One of the other items that I spent time looking at is, some of these unintended consequences that come with bringing a fire department in. And first and foremost, that I talked with your municipal, your risk retention pool individual is what's going to happen with your workers' comp claims. Because the town should expect that your workers' comp experience, it's going to increase just by the nature of the work that is being performed. That is going to be a given. And what happens is on an annual basis, there's going to be an audit. That audit then, compares with what your payroll is and how many employees and how much your payroll is for firefighters versus how much your payroll is for administrative assistants. And on an annual basis, then those numbers are adjusted based upon actuarial audits that occur. And so what you're going to find here is that, we talked about if someone's going to get a dry mouth, it's going to be me. So what you're going to find is that your workers' comp dollars, just your premiums on an annual basis, because the risk for your firefighters, it's going to go up. So you're going to be paying more for that workers' comp coverage. The other thing that you are going to be experiencing now is there is a new Senate bill, the 2021 law that was passed here in the state of Arizona, and it is called a presumptive cancer law. This is very common in many states. It's getting to be more and more common. Now, what this means is that if you have a particular profession and you have a diagnosis, and those are listed diagnoses, that no longer does that employee have to fight to confirm that they have that diagnosis because of their job. It is now going to be presumed. So if they have a specific diagnosis and they were a firefighter for you, then your workers' compensation claims, that is going to be covered now. And your risk retention pool company, they have been planning for this in terms of premiums. They know that the claims are going to start going up in this particular area. They said that they've already been experiencing this, but it's one of these areas that we can't necessarily give you a finite number of what's going to happen because they just don't know the types of claims. They are expecting that the claims are going to go up, but they don't know what that total cost is going to be. So they provided us with an estimate based upon the expected payroll. That expected payroll has been broken out into who's in fire service versus who's administrative. But please know that every year when you're going through your workers' comp audit and those numbers are changing and they're looking at your claims, that workers' comp, your experience is going to cause your insurance rates to go up. And that is not something that we can necessarily predict for you long into the future. But with that said then, and I'm going to go back to the training officer, there are, this is really why having training officers is important, because they're going to make sure that your people are trained according to, whatever processes that are in place in fire service to make sure that those individuals are safe. And, so we can't really, you can't really, I don't want to say put a dollar value on an individual's life, but that's what the training officer is going to be there for. There's going to be a need for the organization to make sure that you have wellness, testing, risk management services, and all of those services are likely going to be coming through your HR department. This is not only your just your annual testing to make sure that your individuals are fit and that they can wear their respirator masks, but it's also their mental health wellness and making sure that people are okay after they have had, that they have responded to, specific events. I do know that your risk retention pool company, they have started working on a program for your law enforcement and for, your first responders to make sure that there's additional services that are provided to those individuals just for the mental health, purposes. But we have in our recommendations, we've also then included additional EAP services, so on and so forth. Yes.
I just wanted to ask a question. You might not know this, but is this information one of the things you were unable to find out about rural metro? How do they offer these kind of things to their employees? The mental health, obviously, they're going to have to look at the cancer bill that passed, but all of these other services that the firefighters and such that you're discussing, do we know if they get those now?
I do not know.
I did not ask those questions,
No.
Mayor, so I don't know.
No. I would say that from my perspective, though, from a best practices standpoint, human resources, what you want to do is you want to do what you can do for retention of your personnel and offering wellness services and EAP services, mental health services, would be a best practice that we would want all employers to be offering. There's going to have to be a heightened level of EAP for anyone who is in that first response group, because they go above and beyond and they respond to events that normal, everyday civilians wouldn't necessarily come into contact with.
Yeah, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying they shouldn't get it. I'm saying if we're going to be looking at costs and comparisons, and to Peggy's point, the staff's well-being, then if they're not doing this now, then this change could be a benefit to them.
So that was an area that we have gone in and added. And so I think just in totality, this is an area with the costing. I have given you an estimate that came from AMRRP, but we don't know what your future holds in that particular area. This is a gray area, and we have provided, I put a 5% adjustment on an annual basis to these numbers, but I don't know that 5% is going to be enough going forward in the future. Okay. All right. Option 2. Do you want to talk at all? Or do you want me to do it?
You keep going.
All right. Option 2. Now what this is to get you to the NFPA standard, which now means that there needs to be additional firefighter paramedics added to be able to hit that the minimum standard. And again, going back to what Craig talked about, the backfill pool, now because you have additional individuals on the schedule, and in order to cover those absences, whether it's sick time, vacation, a vacancy, whatever it may be, you now are going to need an additional 9 staff in order to help fill your shifts. One of the areas that is going to be important for you and is included in the costing is making sure that people get adequate time off. And so we did incorporate into the budget some overtime, knowing that you are not likely going to be able to fill all of your positions all at once, and there's going to be times when overtime is just going to be necessary. You're going, from again, a best practices standpoint, and making sure that employees have a balance, a work-life balance, for their time off. We want to make sure that your employees, they have the time available to take time off so that you don't have burnout and they don't start experiencing some other personal circumstances that are going to bleed into their performance at work. Okay. Any questions on option 2? I breezed over that one.
I think when we talk about the side-by-side, I'll have some questions.
Okay. Do you want to go right to the side-by-side? Or do we want to talk option 3?
Right. Option 3 and option 4 are simply the numbers associated if you said, let's contract with an IGA with Scottsdale. Yep. So I'd say let's just go to the side-by-side, and then we'll see exactly where we're at.
Okay. There we go. So right now, your contract with Rural Metro is, I'm just going to round it, $4.3 million. And if you were to look at option 1, which is creating a town department at the current staffing level, it is an increase of just over $1 million. Part of that, and you'll see in the breakdown, what we have is department. We'll have department costing, we'll have overtime, we've got the administrative costing, and then there's all of these other expenses that you probably don't realize goes into having a fire department, such as your recruiting, your PPE, the cost associated with sending individuals to training, additional payroll processing costs, that type of thing. So a plus $1 million. If you were to go with the higher standard, then to make sure that you have the auto aid staffing level, that then increases up to just over $6 million, and that is a $1.7 million difference. Pretty, yes, sir.
Inflation.
Yes.
And looking at this, is it CPI or is it a different kind of measurement?
So what we used earlier this year, and this report has been done now for a few months, we used a 5%. And so right now CPI is well over 8%. The wages were calculated based upon what your area, what your region is paying for like positions. And so based upon that, those individuals being under, let's say, like a collective bargaining agreement, and those wages are set now for a period of time until those collective bargaining agreements expire. These wages, are going to be pretty consistent with what you're seeing in the region. At such time, however, that your neighbors start to make salary adjustments to better reflect what the current actual market is, you're going to find that, it's very possible that the 5% that we included may not necessarily keep up with the inflationary trend. But 5% then, previous to this year, 5% would have certainly, it would have gone above and beyond what you would need for the CPI. And on average, health insurance nationwide has been going up on average about 4% per year. So I felt 5% was sufficient. But I don't have the crystal ball. I wish I did. We'll see what the end of the year looks like, right?
Ouija board.
Yes, that's exactly it.
You may see in 10 years that 5% will be good. Do your costs include any maintenance on vehicles or our other infrastructure?
Yes, sir. I did my absolute best to try and include that in the overall costs. And as it relates to inflationary multipliers on equipment and personal protective equipment and things like that, what I looked at is what is the typical inflationary multiplier on breathing apparatus. And I think the number on breathing apparatus is 3.5%. It's been pretty consistent, and that's the number I plugged in. But to Melena's point, protective equipment is I've always calculated protective equipment. The fire suits that in essence we're wearing. I've always multiplied them at 5% as an annual multiplier. So that's how I calculated your numbers. I just heard the other day that the annual multiplier right now is 15%. So we did our best and tried to break out all of that stuff, including apparatus maintenance stations. And we tried to use as much as we could. The message is our numbers today may be a little bit low just because we're not sure exactly where we're at and where we're gonna head.
I have a couple of questions about just the numbers in general. So the this particular side-by-side is basically the first year. The first year of the rural metro contract is the least it's going to be. So that's the smallest amount. Then the option 1 or 2, those were both the largest amounts. Those first years were the largest amounts. So I went out 3 years just for the heck of it, and the average that it would be higher if we went with option 1 was more like $825,000 a year. The other thing I want to mention to your point is that we spend $250, something like that, per year outside of the contract for fire here. So that this amount is a little bit skewed low because as a entity, we spend about $250,000 more than that. So the other part of that is if we do go beyond the June 23, the 3% is no longer something guaranteed. So if some of the items that you were talking about are what they're facing, I could see that might be something that wouldn't be maintained for those 10 years. So it's not to say there was anything wrong with the way this was looked at, but I want to make sure that we have all the information, and we're just talking numbers. And if we start talking about values of the value of making changes versus, some of the other things that don't have to do with numbers, but just going forward with the money part, I wanted to make that point that there are some other variables. And there's also variables, I think, between option 1 and option 2 with an ability of option 1 to get us into that auto aid if we did some other sort of flexible staffing and other things like that. And to your point, the trainer is kind of built in there. So I think if everybody's looking at a number that is alarming, maybe there's ways to talk a little bit about that before we talk about some of the more value judgment kind of things.
If I could add to what your points are, Mayor, you're looking at first year, And remember, there's some startup costs that are associated with that when you get our detailed sheets that we've got, you'll see that their numbers back down in subsequent years, because you're not having to outfit all of your personnel with new protective equipment at $3,500 first shot. So there's some things that are gonna back some of those numbers down in out years. But you've got your overall inflationary multipliers that apply in there. I think also, too, and I believe you're accurate based on conversations I had with the organizations that have made transitions like this. It's not immediately an all or nothing to get into the auto aid system and bring your staffing level up. There's some things you got to do, and you got to start down that path. But it's not a day one, I got to be ready to do it. It's not even realistic to make that, you wouldn't have anybody in the system. So to your point, I think what you're thinking in your analysis, based on what I heard, is correct.
What's the extra 250,000 that we spend above and beyond I must have been asleep for 4 years.
I got Dave in on this late, and so I don't know that he's going to actually have that, but it might have something to do with the vehicles or other things like that.
So, yes, actually, in addition to our contract with Rural Metro, we purchase equipment, we maintain equipment, we have vehicle maintenance costs. In addition to that, 250,000, we also have vehicle replacement fund that's internal, so it's just changing basically from general fund to the vehicle replacement fund. That's about another 200,000. So
you're talking about an additional 450,000?
Well, the capital part is going to be ours no matter what. But if you really want to go, right. So that we don't have to necessarily look at when we're comparing. But I just want to make sure that we're all aware that the contract isn't the only thing that we spend. So if you're going to be really looking at these differences in numbers, wanted to make sure that you were aware of that, and also the fact that this startup is the largest one, the 5373. Then it goes down, then it starts going back up.
Okay, and then the other question I have for you, ma'am, is I've been out of Chicago for just over 6 years, retired. Did I miss something? Because you're saying that a fireman lasts on the job 6.5 years? Because in Chicago, they're coming to work in a walker and an oxygen tank.
I won't bring that message back. No, what I was talking is in generalities. So municipal government employees, on average, right now, are lasting 6.5 years. And that includes your cops, it includes your firefighters, it'll include your administrative assistants. So the fire service is one of those professions where, with minimal exception, most of those individuals that come into fire service and they're going to make a career of it, they're going to last longer than 6.5 years, right? But there are some individuals, you're starting to see a pattern and a trend now that within public safety, and I'm not here to necessarily talk about law enforcement, but we're going to be specific just to fire service, that individuals are leaving fire service too. And, they are, COVID, certainly did something to them as well. They are experiencing much of the same in terms of, wellness issues and mental health concerns, and that they have hit a breaking point. The work-life balance is not necessarily level, right? And working 24-hour shifts is not always conducive to the personal life. And you get into a profession and then you decide, well, is that going to be what the rest of my career is going to be? And some people decide that they're just going to get out altogether. And in fire service in general, you will have individuals who I want to get into fire service, but then there are others that I'm not sure if I'm going to stay in it for the long haul because there's there's, there's always just whether or not it's going to work for them personally. The workforce is changing right now, and I'm sure that you get updates on how your recruitment is going, because right now all across the United States, everyone is being challenged with filling their positions and keeping them filled. That's really two different things. And in fire service, you have to be thinking about the work-life balance and making sure that you get time off, and how are you getting called in on overtime, and am I going to have to miss my child's birthday party because that's what the rotation is. So we do what we can in order to make the employee's experience as positive as you possibly can. Now, that's not to say that you're going to give them absolutely everything, but you want to try to make that a positive experience for your retention purposes. Recruitment is an entirely different conversation, but equally important, because the organization should plan and should expect that there is going to be turnover on an annual basis. Expect that you're going to lose 10%. That's pretty typical, because individuals just decide it's not for them, or I'm relocating, or whatever it may be. And so, you're going to want to make sure that your salaries are competitive with your region, right? You're going to want to make sure that your insurances are competitive. I haven't I skipped over that, I apologize. I was kind of dealing with a dry mouth, but your retirement system is a major part of this, right? And so you have, in the state of Arizona, you have two different retirement systems, and that is something that right now rural Metro does not have, and that is a benefit of being a municipal department, most certainly. But there are two different options, and the one that we recommend is the one that all of your neighbors have, because you're going to want that for lateral opportunities. If you have a retirement plan that's different from Mesa and Tempe and Scottsdale, they're going to be less inclined to want to come work for you if they're already in fire service. And so for competitive purposes, you need to be offering that same package. So.
Absolutely agree, and the fact that you're bringing up all of these issues that have to do with the staff kind of opens up that other conversation, not only of the recruiting and the keeping, but the, maybe things that aren't spoken about as much. But I do have a firefighter in my family, but the idea of wanting to work for a municipality is kind of a driving force for some firefighters. And if we're going to talk about their benefits or the things that they would prefer, and I don't know whether that's anything that's something that can be in a study, but that is a big part of what I understand a desire is to work for a municipality. And so I'm glad that you're talking in those terms. Anybody have any other objects or items to speak about? I think one of the things that you mentioned throughout had to do with the ability to get the information, and the reason is, and it's nothing is inherently good or bad about anything, but a for-profit business has got to be more guards their information, and we as a government entity are so used to everything out there, salaries, profits, whatever, and those are things that we've never been privy to. As far as this relationship goes. So I think that's another thing to look at. Back to money, talking about the kind of capital equipment we could at least take advantage of being able to use, not necessarily getting. I know when we got our ladder truck, there was some controversy about that, but in the future, if we ever need another ladder truck or any one of these items that you list as a kind of a specialty vehicle or even a specialty service is something that we would be a benefit of if we were in the automatic aid, shared communication for sure. So obviously a lot to think about here.
I think to sum it up, really we got 4 recommendations for you that came out of the work that we tried to do. One, should the town continue to use contractual services? You want to continue to stay with rural Metro? I think, and I would strongly recommend that you work on a contingency plan in the event that rural Metro exercises their right to end their contractual relationship. As I said, they've not hinted to that to me in any of the conversations. I don't know that that's out there. If I did, if I had heard that, I would tell you. But I've not heard any of that, but I think you need to be ready. So you need to have a contingency plan, and I would start on that in the next year so that you've got it in your pocket and you're ready to go. Second recommendation, if at a point the town elects to create and operate a fire department, I think your primary goal should be to become compliant with the regional automatic aid system. I think that's important for providing the services. If you're going to create your own department, I would say that's the best way to go. I would say to you, if you do that, because there are multiple ways to make that happen, there's different steps that can be taken. There's a lot of different moving parts to make that happen. I think that I would recommend that you go out and you hire a consultant that's knowledgeable in the regional automatic aid system, and you have them walk you through the plan. And there are consultants here in the do not hire the Chicago consultants for this. There are consultants here in the Phoenix area that know this inside and out.
And we have time to work toward that too, don't we?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I would not go that alone. I think you need an expert to help you navigate that. And I will tell you, we are not it. You need to get somebody from this system. So if you decide to go that direction, I would, and if you need names, the manager and I can have a conversation about who the players are that can help you, but there's some out there. 3, it's recommended in any move toward creation of municipal department include the additional positions that Milena spoke to. You're not going to be able to operate it without that. And 4, if the town elects to create a municipal fire department, it's recommended, just as she outlined just a second ago, that you go into the Arizona Public Safety Retirement System so that your people are competitive with your neighbors and you've got a good recruitment opportunity. So there's an overall analysis of what we worked on for the last, I don't know how long we've been working on it, but it's been a while. So
I have a question. Maybe it's more for Grady or maybe you, Craig, I'm not sure, but what does a contingency plan look like, or who does that? Is that staff or?
Yeah, so that could be done by staff. It could also be part of their plan for them to continue. I will say we had a contingency plan before we brought them on. Years ago, before my time even, the previous manager and the staff here actually put together a plan. Because at the time, Rural Metro had been going through some bankruptcy possibilities and things like that, and they had been acquired by different companies. So we actually had put together a plan. I'm pretty confident that probably with what I've seen tonight, this is really probably the basis of what would be in the contingency plan, but there's also things that were not mentioned specifically. Such as a transition towards an in-house department and what that might look like. 1 year's notice to go ahead and give notice if that's the option the council wants to do. There's going to be a lot of different moving parts that we're going to have to take care of and do, and you just can't do it overnight. So even 1 year is probably not enough time to make that happen.
Any other comments? No?
Great presentations.
Yeah, wow.
No,
Space.
Well, I would just say too, I mean, long-term, financing this type of endeavor would be another whole discussion in terms of how we do that. I mean, that's, and I'm sure this other study that we're going to get next month or so, I mean, so that's a whole nother discussion, but.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other comments, questions? Move to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you.
What do we pay for this?